All right, good morning. Welcome back, whatever it may be for you guys. Gabe DeArmond here. I took about a 15-minute break, refreshed the coffee, forgot to update the score. Missouri is not yet leading Arkansas 41 to nothing. It is nothing to nothing. I am waiting for the broadcast to become live here on my Watch ESPN app. That has not yet happened, so hopefully at some point it will. My clock says it's 11:01, but I don't yet have Missouri and Arkansas on my TV. So I assume it's going to happen sometime soon for me and for the rest of you, and we can actually watch this game. If not, I'm going to have to follow along on Game Tracker, and we'll see what happens. But this is On the Call with Power Mizzou, presented by Call and Gentry Law Group. There is Arkansas and Missouri. It is maybe about to start. We will see. But the event has not yet started yet, but whatever. It's coming up shortly. Missouri and Arkansas from Furrow Field. Mitchell 40 is there for us. I am here with you guys to talk about the game. The way this works, a lot of you, I recognize the names. You've been here with us before. For those of you who haven't, hey, just comments, questions, anything you've got throughout the game, feel free. Put them there. We'll put them on the broadcast just like that. The Breakfast King is back to complain about the 11 a.m. start. I fully support the 11 a.m. start. That is well known. But, hey, it is what it is. T-Rise is back with us. Appreciate you, all of you guys, joining us here today. Missouri and Arkansas shortly from Furrow Field. We broke this down every way we can break it down on the pregame show. You guys aren't really here for a ton more analysis. We're probably here to talk breakfast. I grabbed some Burger Smokehouse pepperoni sticks and cheese for a little snack before the game, refreshed the coffee. We are ready to go whenever Missouri and Arkansas are ready to go. I am still staring. There you go. Now I've got someone on the sideline. It looks like kickoff is about to happen. Some of you guys may already have seen kickoff. For those of you who haven't been here, again, I'm probably going to lag a play or two behind you. That's fine. I don't mind knowing what happened before it happens. So first of all, want to point your attention to our sponsor for this, Call and Gentry Law Group in Jefferson City. Go to callgentry.com. You can check out everything they do, any of your legal needs, personal injury needs, anything you guys need. If you find yourself needing an attorney, check out Call and Gentry Law Group in Jefferson City. They will take care of you. They are the ones who have made this show possible all season long. We've got a decent number of people here. I think it will build throughout the game. Barry Odom is on the field. We know that. So are most Missouri players, coaches, and all that. However, Cam Cameron asking about the seniors who did not participate in Senior Day ceremonies. First of all, one of them is Adam Sparks, who Mitchell 40 tweeted before the game, has opted out. A cornerback with 3 games to go has opted out of the final 3 games for Missouri. The seniors who did not participate in Senior Day ceremonies, which includes Kobe Whiteside, I can't remember all of the other ones, have not necessarily made a decision. It means they're open to coming back next year, but I don't think anybody has officially decided to come back, and I don't actually think anybody has officially decided not to. Markel Lutzy went through Senior Day, but he said he hasn't made a decision yet. Nick Bolton went through Senior Day. He hasn't made an official decision yet, so we'll have to wait for those decisions. Nobody's going to officially say anything probably before the end of the year, although I would certainly not expect Nick Bolton back. Looks like Larry Roundtree's getting the start at running back. There's Nico Hay at tight end. Daniel Parker on the field for Missouri. So 2 tight end set on the first play, and Daniel Parker is healthy and playing, so that's a good sign for the Tigers. I know Towski Dove was out there at wide receiver. Kiki Chisholm is out there. Haven't yet seen Jalen Knox, but Mitchell 40 did say that Jalen Knox was going through pregame warmups and dressed out. We can't guarantee he's going to play. We just know that means at least it's possible he plays. And there's Towski Dove as Missouri moves the chains. It's all right. I'm going to kind of run through and check some of your guys' comments. As we pointed out, yeah, Daniel Parker Jr. starting. Injuries, the only guy we know isn't playing is Sean Robinson. We don't know if that's an injury or if it's a COVID-related situation. Okay, Bazelak is down on a roughing the passer. Let's see. Oh, man. That is like, look, the guy's going down. He's trying to make a play. I get it. But they have outlawed that hit in football at all levels. They've outlawed that hit. The good news is Connor Bazelak up, jogging off the field. So hopefully that's a good sign for Missouri. Now, look, I've torn an ACL twice. You can jog off the field. You can still walk and function if you've torn your ACL. So that doesn't mean he hasn't. But in general, the trainers aren't going to let you do that. Brady Cook is in for Missouri now. He's completed every pass he's ever thrown. He drops the first snap, and Missouri loses 6 yards, so not great. I don't have the audio up because I can't, because it will bleed over on the broadcast. You guys probably do, so you'll be able to hear. Dan reports Connor Bazelak is coming back in. Arkansas was offsides on that play, so gives up 11 yards. Again, I'm just catching up here. I'm a little behind you guys, so Bazelak now back on the field, only missed the one snap. Certainly good news for Missouri. Sorry, I'm having my snack. So far, Missouri not having much problem with this Arkansas defense. Larry Roundtree tosses the ball at an Arkansas defender on the sideline. A little bit lucky maybe not to get a taunting penalty there. I don't really think it would have been deserved, but they call things like that sometimes. Me and Breakfast King on the same wavelength there. Bazelak sacked. That all happened because somebody went the wrong way. Bazelak faked a handoff, and the running back went to the opposite side. So generally, that tends to be on the running back, but it's possible it's on the quarterback. Let's see what happened here on the replay. I mean, Daniel Parker just missed a guy. That's all there is to it. Daniel Parker just missed a dude on the block. Julius Coates, not a guy you want to miss. Hard to miss at 6'6", 280. Parker makes up for it a little bit with a catch, though. So you're kind of on the edge of field goal range here. Now, do you want to try to get 6 or 7 and make it an easier catch, or are you trying to get the whole 15? I'd probably try to get the 6 or 7 on third down. Missouri went for closer to the whole 15 and didn't get it. So Harrison Mevis is going to have about a 50-yarder coming up, maybe a little bit over. Yeah, Tucker brings up a good point. Got to run the ball. And Missouri did once there, and then kind of got behind the sticks because of the sack, obviously. So it had to change the approach on that drive. But against a defense that is so predicated on takeaways and on interceptions, I expect to see a game plan a little bit like Kentucky, where they are running the ball a lot today. And Harrison Mevis, man, this kid is absolutely proving that he was worthy of the scholarship offer. Kickers don't always get them, but Mevis hits, I'm going to call it 52 yards on that. I'm not sure if it was 51 or 52 officially, but I'm calling it 52. It puts Missouri up 3-0 early on. So, hey, there you go. That's where we're at right now. I realize that I have not updated our SEC scoreboard. with today's game, so I'm going to do that right now. Texas A&M and Auburn is the only other one that's actually going on now. Oh, I lied. I have updated our games there. So Texas A&M and Auburn just underway. I don't believe there's any score in that yet, but everything else is going to be later today, except for Vandy and Georgia, which has been postponed. So updating scores for you guys real quick. It always takes a minute to get going on this just because we have a lot of things we got to do right at first, but we'll get more into the flow. Definitely going to catch up on your comments and all that. So, yeah, T-Rise says that kick would have been good from 55. Mevis definitely has the leg, man. He has done a really good job for Missouri. Brandon, welcome back to you. Kevin Rogers, appreciate you being on here, just rolling through some of your guys' comments. Happy to have everybody here, and we're going to talk about this one all day long. Good start for Missouri. Could have been better, but definitely a good way to get things going. Okay, there you go. Cal updates me that Texas A&M is already up 7-0 on Auburn. So my Auburn pick on that one, maybe not looking great quite yet, but that's all right, man. We got time. I picked Auburn straight up in that game, so. So this is actually the side of the ball I'm more intrigued on. Is Missouri on defense and Arkansas on offense. We talked a lot on the pregame show. Felipe Franks is having a legitimately good season. Missouri fans have some feelings about Felipe Franks because we saw him on probably his worst day at Florida in 2018. But he's having a legitimately good season. And the other issue on the Arkansas offense is that Rakeem Boyd, the running back, has opted out. So you're going to see Traylon Smith be the main ball carrier here. I think, look, Arkansas's offense is better than it was last year, but it's not great. I think Missouri's got a chance to win if it scores 20 points. Like, I think they can keep Arkansas under 20. The defense has been playing pretty well lately. So I think this is the side of the ball that is pretty interesting. Joe already calling for the defensive score. So that'll be interesting. Dan saying this is the highlight of the weekend. I hope you mean the game and not me, Dan, because if the highlight of the weekend is watching me, like, you just got to have better things going on in your weekend. Now, I appreciate you joining us. I appreciate you being here every week and everybody that it is, but like, there's got to be some better things. Isaac Thompson committed yesterday. Missouri basketball plays tomorrow. Chiefs Broncos tomorrow night. A lot of good things going on this weekend, but do appreciate you guys spending 3 or 4 hours of it here with me. I'm also finding out coffee and a sweater and headphones on is I might be sweating by halftime of this thing. Okay, so Felipe Franks not starting. Wow, that's interesting. And I don't know anything about Arkansas's backup quarterback. I really don't. We were told that Felipe Franks was going to play today. He's not at this point, and apparently per SEC Network, he isn't going to play at all. So if you're Missouri, you got to get after this guy. You got to find a way to bring some pressure. You got to find a way to get off the field. Man, that's very interesting. Arkansas did a nice job keeping that quiet. Franks had a rib injury. I believe he suffered it last week. He was very limited in practice. There's a drop. Missouri gets off the field just about as well as you can hope to start on Missouri's side of things. I mean, you could have scored a touchdown, but you get points. You get a 3 and out. Hang on, dude. Did we miss a penalty? No penalty, 4th and 8. So I get, Gary, that this is kind of a running joke for a Missouri fan. Oh, offsides on the punt, Dan was saying. I see. It's not going to be enough to give him a first down. See if Arkansas opts to kick again. I get this feeling, hey, about the backup quarterback and all that, and it has happened before. Don't get me wrong, but this is better for Missouri at this point than Franks. Franks was playing well. Now it's also going to give Arkansas fans an excuse, but who cares? If Missouri wins the game, they win the game. It's the 5th straight. And we've talked a lot about this. We talked about this on the pregame show, whether this is a rivalry. Look, to be a rivalry, the games have to be important, and both teams have to win some of them. And Arkansas hadn't won very many lately. So, in fact, they haven't won any in 4 years. So, we'll see what happens. But Arkansas got to win some to make this interesting. Okay, I'm going to agree with you guys. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't get PI because it looked like the Arkansas defensive back reached out and kind of grabbed Towski Dove. Let's see. Oh yeah, that should have been pass interference. Absolutely should have been pass interference. The one official was a little bit screened from it, but somebody should have been able to see that. That's a big missed call. And look, I think it probably saved a touchdown because Towski Dove had the guy beat. So be interesting to see if Missouri can continue to move the sticks because that's a big missed call there. But look, you're going to have to overcome some things like that. Obviously a big missed call, but we'll see what Missouri can do. Messiah Swinson, Jay Macklin, both on the field on 3rd down. Barrett Bannister is out wide. Haven't seen Jalen Knox yet. I think that's Kiki Chisholm in the slot. Nice effort from Jay Macklin. I wouldn't give him the first down. Let's see if they do. Or if it matters with the penalties. Really nice effort by Macklin to get at least close to the sticks and close enough that I think you consider going for it, but with the offsetting penalties, it's probably not going to matter. Here's what I don't like, and you guys, again, are a play ahead of me, and I know what's going to happen, but here's what I don't like about that situation. There was a 5-yard penalty against the offense, and then there was a 15-yard penalty against the defense, but those offset. So the offense actually got penalized for committing a less egregious penalty. But it is what it is. And yeah, there you go. Missouri moves the sticks by about 6 inches. Somebody asking what class Towski Dove is in. I'm going to have to look that up, honestly. I think he was a redshirt freshman last year. Yeah, he is a redshirt sophomore, which means he will be a redshirt sophomore again next year. So theoretically, he would have 3 more years after this one still to play. Oh, there you go, T-Rise. Thanks for correcting me. I was wrong on the penalties. It actually should have been Missouri that was more penalized either way. Yeah, Dan, you're in 3rd and 1 right at midfield. I would absolutely go for it on 4th down if that becomes a thing that needs to happen. And welcome back, Booth Smith. He's been out the last couple of weeks. I believe that was like a contact tracing situation. So Booth Smith coming up with a big play for Missouri here. Patrick's asking about the green ribbon on Eli Drinkwitz's visor. It's for spinal cord injury awareness. He talked about it in his Tuesday press conference. There's a kid, I believe, from Arkansas, but then lives in St. Louis, something along those lines. It's in honor of him. It's to bring awareness to spinal cord injuries. I don't know all the details, but he did talk about it in his press conference. So that's why he's doing that. Missouri's done a really nice job here of overcoming the missed call early on. Dan says 34 is getting stoned. He's had two 10-yard runs. I think he's doing pretty well early on. I mean, 4 carries, 24 yards right here. I think I'm a player or two behind, so those numbers aren't 100% accurate, but that's a pretty good start. Everybody quite excited about Kiki Chisholm here, and he's really settled in. He obviously had a rough start. Some comments after the first game that maybe not ideal, maybe cost him a little bit of time in the doghouse there. But, I thought he played his best game at South Carolina. Man, and that is a heck of a catch. I think the throw's better. I mean, that was perfect. Missouri now a yard away from going up 10-0 against a backup quarterback, and I bet Missouri fans would enjoy a second straight blowout. I think that's something that you'd like. Chisholm did a really nice job of hanging on to that ball, kind of over the wrong shoulder, but I don't know that you can throw that ball any better than Connor Bazelak did, because if you throw it inside, it's knocked down or maybe picked off. So. This is one you got to cash in, though, first and goal from the 1. You're not trying to settle for a field goal from down here. Quick game, already more than halfway through the first quarter. I shouldn't have said that. It's going to slow it way down. All right, so there you go. There's 10-0. Larry Roundtree in the end zone from a yard out. I believe that's his 9th touchdown of the year. Heck of a 12-play, 75-yard drive, something like that. Little wildcat. Missouri's used that a decent amount down near the goal line. I'm going to go ahead and put this up as 10-0, even though I haven't seen Harrison Mevis kick the extra point yet. I'm assuming that he's going to make it because he's made most of them. So, yeah, again, Larry Roundtree puts Missouri up 9-0, waiting on the PAT on my broadcast. It's probably already happened, to be quite honest with you. I'll check. It has happened. Missouri up 10-0, 8 minutes and 43 seconds into the game. Heck of a start for the Tigers. Really about as well as you could have hoped. Pat M. joining us. Appreciate you being here. And I'm just going to roll through your all's comments and put them on the screen now. So, again, a lot of familiar names. A lot of people might be joining us for the first time. Appreciate you being here to watch the game with us. And so far, a really nice game for Missouri fans. So 2 weeks ago, they got up 17-0 on South Carolina in the first half, kind of put it on cruise control. Last week, they got up 21-0 in the first half, and then extended that to a complete game shutout. So if you go over the last 3 weeks in the first half at this point, Missouri has outscored the opposition 48-0. Brandon mentions it's the 35th career touchdown by Larry Roundtree, which seems like a lot. So Missouri 48-0 edge in the first half the last 3 weeks. I mean, you can't complain about that at all. That gives you a whole lot of leeway. Dan already wants the game to be over. So, hey, Dan, I'd be cool with that. I would break open a Tank 7 and start the postgame show right now. Pat, appreciate the kind words, man. Arkansas fans probably wouldn't like this a whole lot because I don't even know their quarterback's first name in this game, but I know enough about Missouri to get by for a few hours. So appreciate you guys joining us. T. Rise says the scripted plays work pretty well, and I asked Drinkwitz about that a while ago, and he said he does script, the first, I forget if he said 10 or 15 plays, but, he also allows for some leeway in there so that you're not running a draw play on 3rd and 9 or something like that. Brandon, Larry was a linebacker in high school, but I think he was definitely recruited by Missouri as a running back. I can't say necessarily how everybody recruited him, but Missouri recruited him as a running back all the way. There was never a doubt which position he was going to play. 3,428 yards for the career. Let me check. Right now he's got 7 carries for 30 yards and a touchdown. Missouri's rushing numbers overall don't look very good because Bazelak's lost 16 yards on two runs, but I don't think sack numbers should come off of rushing yards. I don't like the way that works in college football. Okay, KJ Jefferson is the Arkansas quarterback. I did know that in some part of my mind, but I didn't know it off the top of my head right now. Oh. I tell you what, guys, Nick Bolton, I've got a hard time believing anybody plays linebacker any better than he does. It's been very impressive. Wes wanting to know about the new 4-star Isaac Thompson, the safety, committed yesterday. He's the number 4 player in the state. Heck of a player, good pickup, out-recruited Michigan, all that. I don't really want to spend a ton of time, talking recruiting in 2022 and stuff in the middle of the game. But appreciate, Wes, the question and being here and all that. Definitely join our Wednesday night show. We'll talk a lot more about Isaac Thompson. We got a lot of stuff on the site about him. Nifty little fake option pitch there by KJ Jefferson. Still didn't pick up a ton, but nice job there. Roundtree needs 10 more touchdowns to catch Brad Smith. I think we all know it's probably not super likely in the last 3 games. Scott brings up a good point. Statement drive for both teams. Missouri can kind of, put the foot on the neck and have the chance to take a 3-score lead. Arkansas, I'm not going to say Arkansas has to score here, but Arkansas has to get something done. They've got to hang on to the ball, get a couple first downs, give the defense a break, or this one could get out of hand pretty early. Sir Mufflebuns says this team doesn't do so well in the second half. I mean, they didn't against South Carolina. Kentucky, very similar, I thought, half to half. Vanderbilt was very similar half to half. And I know I'm missing a 4th game. LSU did real well in the second half, I thought, especially defensively with the goal line stand. So I'm not sure that's fair to say they haven't been good in the second half. I think that's probably something that you're a little biased on because of the way the South Carolina game went. Arkansas is just all out of sorts, man. A false start, a timeout, backup quarterback who probably didn't find out he was starting until 30 minutes ago. So, this is a team that, this is a situation where Missouri needs to go out and really kind of make a statement. It doesn't need to, but it would be a big deal if they did. Joe, who will be the next great Mizzou linebacker. Hey, man, I'm not going to write Devin Nicholson off. And Scott says the same thing. He's made big plays in each of the last 2 games. Had a strip last week. 2 weeks ago, iced the South Carolina game with an interception. So, I think he's a guy to keep an eye on for sure. Mitchell brings up a good point, man. I said it was going fast, and all of a sudden now just has ground to a complete halt. It's 100% my fault. I will take the blame for that. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. You actually, if you say things like that in the press box, you get in trouble. Everybody yells at you. If you say something about how the game's moving quickly, everybody immediately tells you to shut up. So I should know better than that by now. Bolton a first rounder? He's got a chance. I don't think he's a surefire first rounder. I saw 2 mock drafts this week that had him like in the late 20s. So he's got a chance. But once you get down past about 15 or 20, you really don't know. It's kind of a crapshoot. All right. Justin says that Bolton should be a first rounder. Yeah, I mean, it depends a lot on team needs at that point. And what's going to work against Nick a little bit is the measurables, and he knows that. He's not the biggest linebacker out there. But look, if my team's drafting 32nd and needs a linebacker and needs Nick Bolton, I'm not going to complain if they take him. No question. Really like the way he's playing. Dan says he thinks Felipe is getting a shot to go in the game. Arkansas doesn't look very good right now. And now we don't know how badly Franks is hurt because there was nothing out there about this all week. The first we heard of it this morning on a couple Arkansas message boards, actually message board posters were saying they heard Franks was banged up and questionable. We checked in with our people on the pregame show this morning. We had said what we had been told was he hadn't practiced this week, but he was going to play. Obviously, he went through pregame warmups and didn't feel like he could play, or the coaches didn't feel like he could play. Arkansas looks out of sorts, no question, with KJ Jefferson. How much of that's his fault? I have no idea, obviously. Other guys have to pick it up around him, but so far doesn't look great. Appreciate all the comments, and again, I'm getting through them as fast as I can. We try to put as many of them on the screen as we can, talk about it, as many of them as we can, but as we get more and more people, obviously it's not possible to put up every one of them. Okay, so now Bolton has hurt. Okay, let's okay, I'm just seeing this on my screen now, so let's see what's going on with Nick Bolton. Scott says he looks okay. Again, you guys are 30, 40 seconds ahead of me. He's already got 3 tackles. Yeah, he's up. That to me doesn't look like he's jogging off the field. I don't, well, I wouldn't say jogging, but I don't think that's anything that, like, he might miss the rest of this series. Now, I could be wrong. I'm just going off looking on TV. And Dan says his ankle got rolled over. Yeah, the tight end just kind of landed on his ankle. And so the good news is I think it's just a sprained ankle, because if that's an Achilles where the guy landed, like I've seen guys injure Achilles, you don't get up and walk off the field. You're in unbelievable amounts of pain. So I don't think that's it. It looks like just an ankle. I would bet Bolton is on the field by Missouri's next series. We'll see. Flag here, I'm assuming, is going to be on Missouri. Michael's asking if we can talk to Odom after the game. No. Arkansas assistants don't do interviews. So nobody will talk to Barry Odom after the game. Or really at any other time. At least not on the record with a microphone. And I was wrong. Nick Bolton didn't even miss a series. He missed a play. So Bolton and Connor Bazelak both banged up a little bit. Both missed exactly 1 snap. And Bolton, yeah, he looks fine. I'm sure they wrapped the ankle. All right, so 1st and 10 for Arkansas. It seems like they've had the ball for about 5 minutes. They've moved about 12 yards. Be interested to see, geez, Nick Bolton. I mean, look, if there's a play made for this team, Nick Bolton is in on it. Josh Bledsoe was out there too. So 2nd and 3. I'll be interested to see if Arkansas takes any shots. You know, they did take one shot early. It wasn't close, but most of the throws have been pretty short. They tried the trick play there, got nothing out of it. So you're in about 3rd and 2. But clearly the guy that took the pitch was going to throw there, and there just wasn't anything there. The spot officially made it 3rd and 3. Okay, so you guys may have already seen the 4th down play. I'm not going to scroll through the comments yet. If I'm Arkansas, 4th and 1 from the 45, there is zero question I'm going for it, and they're going for it. Missouri just wasn't ready. You got to credit Arkansas. Missouri was not ready. Jefferson got to the line, snapped it. Like, Missouri's defense was looking at the sideline. He had that 1st down almost before Missouri knew the ball was snapped. Patrick points that out. I mean, you got to give credit to Arkansas there. That was well played. And then that is a heck of a catch on the sideline of what was not a very good throw, honestly. Receiver had to spin around. It was thrown over the wrong shoulder, but Arkansas's got a little something going now. 10 plays, 50 yards on this drive. Yeah, I kind of agree with Scott. It might not be the worst time to call a timeout here. If you're now, you've got a 10-0 lead. You don't have to, but the defense does look a little bit on its heels since that quick snap. Arkansas has gotten into a little bit of a rhythm, and it looks like it has Missouri guessing a little bit. Oh man, I don't know who that was that came on the blitz. Missouri should have had a sack there. Just a missed tackle. I couldn't see who it was on that blitz. Cal says it was Martez Manuel, so I'm about to see a replay. Well-disguised blitz, perfectly timed blitz. The tackle never saw it. KJ Jefferson did. So Jefferson definitely deserves credit for making a play there. Martez just, he thought he had him, and then all of a sudden he didn't. That's one that, I mean, that's it could have been 2nd and 18. Now it's 1st and goal. Checking an offensive lineman here for, I don't know what that is, what they're looking for there. Definitely, obviously, some sort of an injury to the right leg. I can't tell for sure. And I have no idea what happened or where that guy was, but almost looks like they maybe are looking at his Achilles or a calf. It's number 73. I'm going to look up an Arkansas roster and tell you who that is. 78. Okay. Okay, number 78 for Arkansas is Dalton Wagner, a 6'9", 319-pound redshirt junior. Whew. Big kid. I can't tell you anything about him. I really don't know. All right, so 1st and goal from the 9 as we get going here. Yeah, you could tell by Jarvis Ware's reaction. He knew he was getting called. He had his hands up before the flag even came out. So that'll make it 1st and goal inside the 5. And yeah, Mitchell, they did miss the PI on Arkansas on the last drive. Now, to be fair, Missouri scored a touchdown anyway, so that's not a penalty. That's not a missed call that really ended up hurting Missouri, obviously. Now the goal has to be hold them to a field goal. I mean, obviously you'd love a turnover, but in realistic terms, you're probably just trying to hold to 3 here. And Missouri did not. Blake Kern on the touchdown catch. So, hey, we said it was a huge drive for both teams. Arkansas made the play. You know. So not a good drive for the Missouri defense with the penalties. But again, credit KJ Jefferson, right? Made a huge play to get out of the sack. He had a receiver over on the sideline that made a really nice catch. So the other team tries too, and Arkansas made some plays there. And I think that drive alone shows you how much better Arkansas is than it's been the last couple of years. Arkansas the last couple of years doesn't make that drive. It quits. Arkansas missed the PAT, so I gave them credit for the PAT too early. So it is actually now 10-6 rather than 10-7. And, hey, that's a big miss. No question. Big miss. And that was just straight hooked. That went left from the get-go. All right, so Missouri hadn't been stopped yet. I mean, had the ball twice, scored twice, 86 total yards. Roundtree's running pretty well. Bazelak 6 of 8 for 63. Everything is gone fairly well on offense so far. And now this is an interesting drive for Missouri because, Arkansas's back in it. You don't expect a game to be over at halftime or anything the way this is going. So kind of an interesting drive for the Missouri offense. Can you get things going again and give yourself a little breathing room, or are we going to be in a little bit more of a back and forth here? All right, Garrett says drop everyone in coverage, rush 4 and play contain. That's an argument to be made. I think maybe there's an argument to be made too with an inexperienced quarterback. You put pressure on him and make him disrupt him a little bit. But Jefferson's a mobile guy, and Garrett might be right. That might be a better approach to kind of sit back and make him pick you apart, for lack of a better term. So immediately go to Tyler Beatty out of the backfield, and that was a nice play out in the flat. Certainly by Arkansas, that was I believe it's Greg Brooks, yeah, sophomore defensive back. It's a nice tackle. A lot of guys missed that tackle on Tyler Beatty. Is that Jalen Knox? That is Jalen Knox. So he's healthy in the game. And, all right, I'm missing the Daniel Parker Jr. block. I didn't see it live, but I want to see it because apparently it was pretty good. Knox also did a nice job of avoiding the first guy, which is really a key on the jet sweep. A lot of times you'll leave a guy unblocked there and rely on the misdirection to get past him. That's a heck of a grab by Kiki Chisholm and a nice throw by Bazelak. Just barely got through. Chisholm has made a couple big plays early. And, Missouri's offense is efficient. There haven't been any huge plays. They're averaging 5.5 yards per play. They're efficient. They're moving the chains, not in big chunks, but definitely moving the sticks. And there's another 9 by Roundtree, maybe 10. They might have given him the first down there. They're just they're moving almost at will. Arkansas hasn't had anything approaching a stop quite yet. All right, so we are at the end of the first quarter. It's 10-6 Missouri. What we do always at the end of the quarter is go in and get you guys updated on the stats. If I can find my stats page, I'm going to do that. Okay, here it is. So, again, you got to stick with me. We just kind of update this thing live, but I will get it going for you. Always go Mizzou first. Mizzou's only run for 33 yards, but again, those are numbers that are hurt by sack yardage against Connor Bazelak. They've run the ball more effectively than that, I think. Passing, certainly Missouri has been the better team thus far. Connor Bazelak has played really well. Towski Dove and Kiki Chisholm have made a couple plays, and it really doesn't look to me like throwing the football is going to be Arkansas's strength today. First downs favor Missouri. Missouri already, 10 first downs already in this game. They had 31 last week against Vanderbilt. They're on pace for 40 first downs in this game, folks. That's a crazy number. That is almost unheard of. Again, I don't know what the school record is. I would have to look it up, but 40 first downs is absolutely a ridiculous number. A&M and Auburn, by the way, also are into the second quarter. A&M is leading that game 7-3, but Missouri just really efficient on offense. Almost everything they did worked. They had a couple bad plays, but when they got those bad plays, they bounced back and managed to make up for them. So, gonna again roll through some of your guys' comments. A couple of comments about the Arkansas linebackers. Drinkwitz definitely getting the better part of that matchup so far. Okay, so let's see. Cal is pointing out something Sean Williams has posted on our site, so I guess I need to go check that out. Okay, 4-star Sam Horn, a 6'3" quarterback from Sewanee, Georgia, I believe. Let me check that and make sure before I tell you that for sure. Yeah, a 6'3" quarterback from Sewanee, Georgia, who has 13 offers, has told rivals that Missouri is his number one school right now. So definitely good news on the 2022 quarterback recruiting front. Missouri has 2 commitments. Again, they got Isaac Thompson yesterday, a 4-star out of St. Louis. Max Wisner, a 3-star tight end from Lee Summit, the other guys there. So again, catching up, rolling through your guys' comments. Yeah, Patrick, Miles Slusher, that name rings a bell. I don't know a whole lot about him. And Kevin brings up a point. Yeah, Drinkwitz and his staff definitely upgrades in recruiting. They've done a fantastic job so far. You really can't complain about anything that he's done since taking that job. Patrick points out he's the number 9 rated quarterback in the country. That's the kind of guy you would like. Justin Ferguson, a little update on Horn there. So there you go. There's some good information for you. So appreciate Sean Williams and then Jake Rius from our Georgia site. And I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his name quite correctly, but passing along some news. I'm going to tweet that out real quick. Okay, so we've done that. The number 9 quarterback in the country next year has Missouri as his number 1 team. So good news. We're getting back to action. I'm not quite back to action. You guys might be. Started the second quarter. It is 10-6 Missouri. Tigers doing mostly anything they want on offense. Wes asking if Eli Drinkwitz gets offers after it's possible, but I mean he's got 5 years, $20 million guaranteed left. If he's going to leave, he's just going to leave. There's not much you can do about it. I'd be surprised if that happens after this year, but we'll worry about it when we get there if we have to. And I don't mean to dismiss the question, Wes. It's a valid question, and I think a question that a fair number of people are going to have. Just at this point in time, I don't think there's a whole lot. There's not that many openings yet. I mean, South Carolina's not a better job than Missouri. Vanderbilt's certainly not a better job than Missouri. So, as of now, there's no place that's a better job. So we'll see how it goes. Roundtree already with 56 yards. That's pretty impressive. Oh, yeah, that is a rough drop on Towski Dove. I think it's his first this year. I can't remember another one. So you're not going to be too hard on a guy who, look, everybody drops a pass, so it happens. Yeah, Wes, you bring up a good point with the indoor facility. Missouri's fully behind Eli Drinkwitz. We talked about that on the pregame show some. They're all in. A lot of hope, so a lot of excitement. That was a really nice little kind of, as I've learned this phrase by being a Chiefs fan, an off-platform throw by Basilak. Running left a little bit, kind of throwing back right, just a little flip. Barrett Bannister just always open, always half a yard behind the stick. Or beyond the sticks, not behind. Oh, that's got to be a flag, right, on Arkansas? I mean, Larry Roundtree was 2 steps out of – how did they not flag that? Maybe the angle was off. Let me look. Oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought number 9 came in and put a shot on him. He really didn't. It was the guy that already had him around the waist, kind of dragged him down. So it wasn't nearly as bad as it looked live. Because live, I agreed with you guys. That's got to be a flag. On the replay, like it still could have been called, but I don't think it was nearly egregious as I thought it was at first. All right, so big third down play coming up. I mean, you've got the field goal. You've got a touchdown lead probably. Obviously, you'd like more than that. Damon Hazelton just wasn't anything approaching open there. That's a interesting play call on 3rd and 9. Got to say I don't love it. But setting up the field goal, so. Yeah, Mitchell, you and I kind of seeing the same things. It just that play didn't really have any chance to pick up 9 yards. It was almost like you're just saying we're good with 3 here, which that's okay, but I would like to see something that had a little bit more of a shot to move the sticks. But Mevis continues to be, I'm not going to say perfect, but awfully good this year. I don't know what the official distance was on that one. Let me look it up just so I don't mess up. Official distance was 29 yards. I thought it was a little bit longer than that. But either way, gives Missouri a 13-0 or a 13-6 lead. Missouri has now scored on all 3 of its drives. I mean, the Arkansas defense has not yet stopped Missouri. So, you know, you gotta feel pretty good about that at this point in time. Greg Shackelford, appreciate you being here, man. I could be wrong. It's possible you've been here before. It strikes me as a new name. If you've been here before and I'm forgetting you, apologize. If this is your first time, I'm glad you're joining us. Glad we're getting people, getting more people every week. Breakfast King, is Drink more conservative on offense than you were expecting? Not at all. No. I like the creativity I see. He's gone for it on 4th down a fair number of times. I think he will be more aggressive in future years. I think he understands he's got a pretty good defense and a fairly limited offense led by a redshirt freshman quarterback. I think he's being careful this year is the best way I think I'd say it. So, I think we'll see him get more aggressive as time goes on, but I wouldn't say he's been conservative this year by any means. Wes brings up a good point. Grant McInnes hasn't been on the field for 5.5 quarters now, so he's probably starting to get pretty bored there over on the sideline, which is fine. You want your punter to be really bored. I think most fans would say you want your punter to never actually even play. That would be ideal. So, again, Arkansas not in a must-score situation because they did score. They've held Missouri to a couple field goals, but this would be a very big stop for Missouri on defense. If they could get the ball back, you've got an offense that hasn't been stopped yet. You got the ball first. You'd love to go into halftime with at least a 2-score lead. And, again, Arkansas is going to have to prove at some point that they can stop you. Both teams actually averaging identical yards per play. Arkansas just a little bit better, but Missouri's just had the ball so much more. Jamie Petway with a monster hit on special teams, and there was somebody else down there too. But the redshirt freshman linebacker making a big play on special teams. Somebody else was actually there first. Let's see if we can get a number. Okay, the first guy down there was number 20, Simi Bakari, the backup running back, and he kind of made the returner cut back up, and then Petway just destroyed him at the 11-yard line. Whew. Nice little run there by Traylon Smith for Arkansas. He's a good player. He's got a lot of speed. I'm sorry, that was not Traylon Smith. That was T.J. Hammonds, the wide receiver. Either way, nice run, 21-yard gain, kind of get him out of the hole there. And then Jefferson taking a shot, again, to Hammonds, and he was open. I mean, he was definitely open. That's a throw that K.J. Hammonds got to hit. I mean, he's got to hit that. Well, and then he did hit the next one. Jarvis Ware. No, not Jarvis Ware. I'm sorry, that's Josh Bledsoe. Just torched by Treylon Burks. That's Burks. So Arkansas's kind of answered the bell here. 68 yards, 3 plays, 89 yards, and Arkansas's getting the job done with the backup quarterback right now. It looked like it was going to be maybe a little bit of a blowout. Certainly not the case. 68-yard score. KJ Jefferson, his second touchdown pass of the day, PAT good this time. And we're going to have a ball game, folks. First defense to get things going might win this game. Yeah, that was Josh Bledsoe on the coverage, and like that was two straight plays. Arkansas should have scored on the play before, because it almost looked like it had to be miscommunication, because there was no cornerback on the guy down the sideline, and Martez Manuel was a little late getting over, and then Bledsoe just got roasted down the middle of the field, and Jefferson didn't miss the second one. And look, anybody that's an SEC quarterback, they might miss the first one. They're not going to miss two of those. So certainly defensive issues there. And we will, see which defense can adjust and get some things going. And Gary brings up the backup quarterback. I got to be honest, man. I think any quarterback on the roster hits that throw. That was absolutely wide open. All right, let's check in on the other SEC game real quick. Still 7-3 A&M over Auburn. Only 5.5 minutes left, so that game moving quite quickly. And literally the second I said Missouri-Arkansas was going quickly, it is slowed to an absolute crawl, and it's going to be a 4-hour football game. So Missouri with a huge edge in time of possession. I'm going to look up the stats here. 13 minutes to 5:45. If I'm Eli Drinkwitz, I'm trying to feed Larry Roundtree on this drive. I'd love to go on about a 6-minute scoring drive and just completely wear the Arkansas offense out. Because don't get me wrong, Arkansas is going to be real happy having scored in 3 plays in about a minute on that last drive. But also, that defense didn't get any rest. If I'm Eli Drinkwitz, I would love to just lean on him with the running game on this drive. It'll be interesting to see what Missouri's approach is. Yeah, Scott Clark says, looks like the team who gets a turnover wins the game. I mean, that's been Arkansas all year. Arkansas is 3-0 when it wins the turnover battle. It's 0-5 when it doesn't. Let's see what happens here on this play. So Martez Manuel is going toward the other sideline, like you see. And, I mean, Traylon Smith just ran past Josh Bledsoe. And Traylon Smith is going to run past Josh Bledsoe probably. He's faster. So that's a nice job of exploiting the matchups by Arkansas. All right, so trick play coming up here for Missouri. Some of you have seen it. I have not quite yet. Nice little 30-yard play, and Kiki Chisholm now 4 catches for 78 yards on 4 targets, well on his way to his first 100-yard game and the first 100-yard game of any Missouri wide receiver. Because Tyler Beatty had 100 yards last week, and that was the first 100-yard receiver of the season for Missouri. Again, Bazelak does a nice job of making something out of that play, but again, he turned one way and the running back went the other way. And the default mode is that's usually on the running back, but when the running back is senior Larry Roundtree and the quarterback is a redshirt freshman, I don't know. I've got to think that's on Bazelak turning the wrong way, because I don't think Roundtree's going to the same side that Knox was running on there. I think that was probably on the quarterback. Either way, though, it's going to be it's going to be coming up now, 1st and 10 at the 31 after a Roundtree run. So Roundtree, let me look at his stats. 12 carries for 65 yards already. And again, feel free, hey, if he's going to get 5.5 a carry, feel free to give him the ball 37 times again. And yeah, I think this is a drive Missouri needs to cash in. You want 7 here, because Arkansas is starting to move the ball and figuring things out. So you don't want to be settling for too many field goals. Every single Missouri drive so far has made it inside the Arkansas 35. That comes after last week, where every drive crossed midfield. So Missouri has now crossed the 50-yard line on every drive for almost 6 quarters. That's pretty impressive offense, really. Dan asking why so many deep balls. I mean, they must have seen something in the defense there that on film that they thought they had a chance to get some big plays. And that one, yeah, Chisholm was open. That should be a touchdown. He just Bazelak missed him, and then Chisholm fell down on the track and appears to be okay. But yeah, that was just a missed throw by Connor Bazelak. He had a window there and just didn't get it to him. Would have been a good throw, but, you know. So now Missouri back in 3rd and 8. And they're going to pick it up with, again, I have nothing to back this up, but it seems to me like every catch Barrett Bannister has ever made has been 1 yard beyond the first down marker. Just a guy that just keeps making plays. And so this probably isn't going to be a 5 or 6 minute drive, but Missouri has already taken 3 minutes off the clock, which is certainly good. Again, time of possession already about 3-1. That's a really nice job on that last play of Bazelak, or I'm sorry, Bannister, just not messing around, getting straight up the field. And all right, Missouri now in the end zone. And I'm a couple plays behind, but Larry Roundtree about to take it in from 6 yards. So Missouri 4 drives, 4 scores. Roundtree with 2 of them. And Barry Odom right now, no answers for Missouri's offense. Missouri now needs to find some answers of its own on defense, because the offense is getting the job done. And my goodness, Larry Roundtree could have run for 600 yards on that run, not just 6. But he's got 71 yards and 2 touchdowns with still 7.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. But offense not the issue. Missouri going to need to get a stop now. Somebody came off the edge there and really did a nice job sealing the corner so that Roundtree could bounce it outside. I didn't see who it was, but. All right, so in all likelihood, there's 2 drives left in this half, unless one goes really quickly. Then theoretically Arkansas might get the ball twice more. But you're probably counting on 2 more drives. If Missouri can get a stop and a score, you're going to take a 2-score lead into halftime and you feel pretty good. If not, Arkansas gets the ball back to start the third quarter. And either way, this game's not going to be over at halftime. But certainly you could get something done. Joe wants an onside kick. No way. I make this offense go the length of the field. And Missouri's scoring. I've no way at this point do I onside kick and give them a chance to start at my 40-yard line. Justin Ferguson agrees with me. He usually does, except on choice of liquor. No dice for me on the Jaeger bombs, Justin, but I'm glad you enjoyed them. The Fighting Malzahns have taken a 10-7 lead. So my call there looking a little better. Yeah. Mitchell, it's pretty interesting, right? Larry Roundtree has 9 touchdown runs. Connor Bazelak's only thrown 5 touchdown passes. But whatever, as long as you get the ball in the end zone, it doesn't matter. But if you'd said before the year that the starting quarterback's going to have 5 touchdown passes in the first 7.5 games, I think most fans are going, I don't think this is going to be a very good year. Has been a good year. They've just gotten done different ways. Jim Bob Shellback joining us. Remember you from the last few weeks, so appreciate you for being here, man. Yeah, Patrick, I agree. Look, KJ Jefferson's made some plays the last couple drives, but I think you've got to rely on your defense, which has been pretty good the last few weeks. You don't want to put them in a situation where they're starting at the 40-yard line. All right, so Missouri going to start at the 25 with 7:45 to go here in the second quarter. And I'm sorry, Arkansas going to start at the 25, not Missouri. So, all right, so A&M just went back up on Auburn. Appreciate the updates on that game, Mitchell. Okay, what would you rather have? Lose a close game in a good bowl or win a worse bowl? I mean, from the program standpoint, you always want to win. Bowl games to me, I just want fun matchups against teams that you don't play a lot. So like Gator Bowl against a North Carolina, something like that. Maybe the Outback Bowl against like a Wisconsin or an Indiana, teams that you just don't see very often. Wisconsin would obviously be preferable to Indiana. It carries a lot more weight with the name and everything like that. But I just always want kind of different, intriguing matchups. Traylon Smith just kind of running all over in the Missouri secondary right now. I'm not sure you want Nick Bolton in coverage against him a ton. Nick's good, but not sure that's a guy he can cover. Yeah, and Dan saying the D looks slow. Traylon Smith is going to make a lot, or Traylon Burks, I believe. I'm sorry. Traylon Burks. He's going to make a lot of guys look slow. He's really fast. It happens. Arkansas getting the running game going a little bit now. Nice tackle by Trajan Jeffcoat, but still 6-yard gain. So Arkansas, they got to give them credit with Kendall Briles. Both offensive coaches getting the best of their counterparts on defense so far today. No question about it. And yeah, you're basically now is kind of where you're looking for, can somebody get a turnover? Let's check Arkansas's rushing stats because obviously they're running it well on this drive. 15 carries for 88 yards, so 5.9 a carry. Now, 21 of those were on a jet sweep, but even so, that's almost 5 yards a carry. Arkansas's running it pretty well so far. But again, the way the clock works out, this Arkansas drive should happen, and then Missouri should get the ball back. Now, we'll see if they get the ball back up 20-13, up 20-16, or in a tie game. I don't know. And now we've got Kobe Whiteside down on the field, and that's obviously concerned because he's been hurt earlier in the year. I kind of agree with Justin. Like, just looking at it, Kobe just looked exhausted. Now, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with him. There very well maybe, but like my first thought in looking at him was that he just looked dead tired. There have been many, many, many injury timeouts in this game so far. Yeah, Whiteside appears to be fine. So 2nd and 1. And again, we do have to, like, the Missouri defense is not playing great. Don't get me wrong. They did get one stop. Arkansas has not yet gotten a stop. Missouri did get a 3-and-out on Arkansas's first drive. Now, obviously, you need more than 1.5. I'm not saying that's great. But, Arkansas has made some adjustments, gotten some big plays here. And let's check total yardage. Both teams over 200. Missouri with 219, Arkansas with 205. Nice coverage on that 1st and 10 play because KJ Jefferson had all kinds of time, but really didn't have anywhere to go with the football. So nice job by the secondary on that one, which hasn't been great so far today. All right, so we're going to have 3rd and about 3. I'd be curious to see what happens if Arkansas gets to 4th down. They'll probably kick if they do, but we'll see. Wow, heck of a call by Kendall Briles there. A handoff that turned into an option. I don't know that I've seen that before. Well, and Justin says you've got to attack the QB and make him pitch it, but that wasn't the QB. That was a running. That was Treylon Burks, and then he pitched it to another player. Kendall Briles has kept Missouri's defense off balance. I mean, there's no question. He's done a good job. Now, on the other side, Eli Drinkwitz has done the same thing to Arkansas. So, sometimes guys call good games. And that was a little too easy on the touchdown run there. Just right up the gut. Traylon Smith for 6. That's why I was confused. I knew there was a Traylon Smith, but there's also a Traylon Burks. So that was my confusion there. So the official distance on that one was what? 8 yards. Neither team stopping anything right now. Might be the first one to 50. I picked Missouri 28-20, so if we can just get a touchdown and 2-point conversion and a shutout the rest of the game, we're even. Steady Eddie says this is like the Tennessee game running downhill. The difference is Missouri's actually doing something on offense here. And Tucker hits on it. It's the tempo. They're getting to the line and running plays, and Missouri just, I don't know if it's tired, not ready, I don't know what, but it's the tempo that is impacting this game. The defense is getting kind of hammered, but so is Arkansas's defense, So you're in a tie game. You've got the ball. You're going to have a shot to take the lead into halftime. These teams are pretty evenly matched. I don't think anybody expected a huge blowout. So I understand you want a perfect game, but, it's all right. Yeah, and again, I understand the fun thing to do is take shots at Barry Odom and take shots at Ryan Walters today. Neither of them looks great today right now, no question. But this has been a really good defense for the last 3 weeks. And Kendall Briles, sometimes you got to tip your hat and say the other guy does some things too, right? It's not like I said earlier in the game. The other team also tries. They also have scholarship players. Talent's pretty even in this game, and we've got a pretty even game, which I think is what most reasonable people expected out of this. Now, the way it started out, you were hopeful that maybe Missouri could make it less even, but that didn't happen. So, we'll see where it goes. I think the number one key here, though, is don't give the ball back to Arkansas this half. Obviously, ideally, you want to score. But I think maybe almost as important as scoring is don't let Arkansas have it back. Just worst case scenario, you're going into halftime at 20-20. And both offenses have done a good job so far of hanging on to the football, and that's, again, going to be a big key. Breakfast King wants to fake more injuries. Yeah, and Greg kind of brings up a good point. If you give them the ball back here, then they get the ball also to start the second half. And the way the defense is going, you don't want to be down 2 scores. So I think it's pretty important to at least burn enough time here that you don't really give Arkansas a chance to score. Arkansas's got 2 timeouts. Missouri's got 3. So obviously the time not a factor for Missouri, could be one for Arkansas. Canoe Man, welcome back, man. Hey, appreciate you stopping by our chat, even though Auburn's playing right now. Michael Cox has 0 carries, unfortunately. I don't see him getting any because this is a close game. So, it's too bad that I don't think our guy's going to make it on the field today. Auburn and A&M is already at halftime, so that's why Canoe Man's here. Also, I'm very jealous. That's a faster game than what we've got here. 3:45 still left in the first half. Can't tell if that's Beatty or Roundtree at running back. If it's Roundtree, he might get to 100 by halftime. It was Larry Roundtree. That is, let me check. Already a 16th carry of the first half for 79 yards. 3rd and 4. This is huge. Missouri can't give this ball right back. Check some defensive stats. Grant Morgan has 5 tackles. Nick Bolton so far only 3. Missouri actually led by Devin Nicholson with 5 tackles. Yeah, so here's the issue. Kevin Rogers is right. Tyler Beatty was wide open. Bazelak threw the ball to the wrong guy on that. Now, look, maybe it's PI. Let's see the replay. Here comes Chisholm inside. Yeah, I don't know what the rule is as far as the defense having a right to fight through what is effectively a pick. But, I mean, Connor Bazelak threw the ball to the wrong guy. He should have thrown that ball to Beatty. Beatty was open, and Beatty had a first down. So it could have been called probably. Again, I'm not familiar quite enough with the rule there to know what the defensive player is allowed to do, because I think Arkansas fans are probably saying that's offensive pass interference. But regardless of what should or should not have been called, I thought Bazelak made the wrong read. So now Missouri's defense has to have a stop. Arkansas has made one. You can't give up points here and then let them have the ball back. You got to get a stop. .203 and 2 timeouts. I mean, honestly, clock not really a factor. Well, let's see. We may have the turnover coming up. Okay, so incomplete pass. I don't think, man, I don't think that's targeting on Bolton. First of all, it's clearly an incomplete pass. Live, I didn't think this was targeting. Let's see. One guy says targeting, one guy says not targeting, another guy says no way targeting. Nobody knows, because nobody knows how to make this rule, or to call this rule. But let's see. No, that's a shoulder to the stomach. There's no way that's targeting. They'll bring it back. They're not going to call it. I don't think it's a fumble, because he didn't make a football move. But I absolutely think it's not targeting. Yeah, no, that's not a fumble. That's an incomplete pass by the rule. But I absolutely don't think it should be targeting. I disagree that the helmet hit the jaw. It was shoulder to chest. It looked violent because of the head going forward, but I don't think there was any contact to the helmet there. Thoughts and prayers with number 17, man. I'm not sure he knows where he's at, if we're being honest. I tell Coach not to call that play again. I'll say this. This is the biggest play of the game here. If they kick Bolton out for this, A, it changes the whole game. B, I think it's a bad call. Well, I don't understand this call. I really don't. I agree with you guys. I don't see targeting there. I mean, that is shoulder. That's not even shoulder to, like, high chest. That's shoulder to sternum. I don't see it. I mean, I guess the good news for Missouri is it happened now, and it didn't happen on the first drive of the second half, so we don't have to miss any time next week. But I don't. Look, I don't see it. No, Dan, he's only out for the second half of this game. It's only the first half next week if it happened in the second half. It doesn't. I don't see it. I mean, either way, Missouri's best defensive player is out of the game. But I don't. It's a bad call. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's a bad call. But now, look, there's 31 and a half minutes left in the game. You don't get to sit around and feel sorry for yourself and blame losing on a call that was made with a minute and a half left of the first half. You go win the football game now. That's all there is to it. You know. That's yeah, Justin's right. I thought there was a hold or a block in the back on this call on the subsequent running play, but they didn't call it. And Arkansas's at the 30-yard line, and now Missouri's got to come up with a play on defense without Nick Bolton on the field. And they really aren't doing anything that approaches coming up with a play. I mean, they're just not. Arkansas is doing almost anything at once. Arkansas certainly has outgained Missouri now. I'm going back to the stats page. Arkansas 250. Arkansas is on pace for 500 yards in this game, guys. You know. Either way, 3rd and 5, big play coming up. Big stop by Missouri there. At least force the field goal. And Arkansas's kicking game hadn't been all that great. And it's not going to matter because they faked it and Missouri got caught. So I'm just watching the fake here, and I mean, there was nothing to it, guys. It was just the holder standing up and running straight up the middle. That's on Missouri. That's terrible. I mean, there was no trickery, really, even. That was just the holder just I don't know. The holder stood up, and, like, Missouri's guys were all 12 yards downfield. I don't know what happened there. Either way, 1st and goal at the 5, and Missouri in some trouble here at the end of the. But again, it's a tie game. Like, worst case scenario, you're going in down 27-20. I know Nick Bolton's out. I know it doesn't look great at this point in time, but, like, worst case scenario, you're down a touchdown. And if you can get a stop, and they've only stopped you once on offense, so you still got a game, And I agree, Patrick. It was a good time to call a fake. What I don't understand is how that worked for 20 yards against Missouri. I don't get it. Why is Nick Bolton, by the way, still on the sideline? Like, when you're ejected, you're supposed to be back in the locker room. But whatever. He's hanging out on the sideline. Probably good for Missouri. Arkansas is about to score here, by the way. Traylon Smith, 4 yards. KJ Jefferson, 1. So, yeah, Arkansas has scored touchdowns on 4 consecutive drives and really doing pretty much anything it wants at this point in time. On pace for close to 600 yards. I don't know what you do if you're Missouri here. I mean, do you try? 20 seconds left. You just down the ball. Like, you just go to halftime. Okay, so rule changes this year that you can stay on the sideline after ejection. So that's good to know. Might lose by 30. Bryce, you're freaking out a little early for my taste here, but whatever. That's part of it. I get it. So if you're Missouri, I think you got to just down this ball. I don't think you can risk doing something stupid in the last 15 seconds. Yeah, I mean, look, Missouri's got to get it figured out on defense, no question. The offense has played well enough to win this game, but the defense hasn't at all, so we'll see how it goes. Still 30 minutes to go. Long time, guys. I mean, they're not going to win by 30. But, Bryce, I would be willing to, if you give me 30, I'll take Missouri. I'll say that. KJ Jefferson has been good today. I don't think there's any question about that. I'd still force him to beat me, though, because, you can't just let Arkansas keep running for 6 and 7 yards up the gut on every handoff. I mean, you've got to start stacking the box and make KJ Jefferson beat you. And if he does, then he just does. But you can't just keep getting beat by the run up the middle. Yeah, and look, I think we covered this. I don't understand Nick Bolton getting kicked out of the game. I think it was a bad call. Now, the difference is I'm not going to let Missouri off the hook by saying that's why they lose this game, right? Yes, a huge deal to lose Nick Bolton. Don't get me wrong. The other team's playing without a starting quarterback. That happened with 31 minutes to go in a tie game. If you lose this game, it's not because Nick Bolton got kicked out with 31 minutes to go. That's too easy. I don't love throwing the football here. I mean, it's fine. No big deal, but I wouldn't do it. I'd take a knee. Yeah, Dan brings up a good point. The defensive line depth is caught up, and not just depth, but I'm not sure the first string is great. I think defensive line depth and talent, if we're being honest. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Jalen Catalon comes back in the second half for Arkansas. David with an amusing comment. I'm not sure it's accurate. Look, this is a decent Missouri team. They're not ranked. They're not great. This is a pretty even matchup. Missouri was favored by a field goal. Okay, so you're at the 48 with 10 seconds to go. You've got one play. You need 15 yards for a chance, probably. Well, Morgan, you're pointing out, look, yes, there have been some bad calls. But like a first down on a defensive holding call, that wasn't a bad call. Maybe it just happened, right? So I don't think we can dump those in with the other ones. There was a deep pass to Towski Dove that I thought it should have been PI, and it wasn't. Missouri scored on that drive. That call cost Missouri 0 points. The late hit on Roundtree, I'm not sure it was egregious at all. It could have been called, but I'm not sure. But, again, that's inside the 10-yard line. Missouri settled for a field goal there, but they still got points. The bad call is the Bolton one, to me, the big one. Ooh, so not ideal there. 6 seconds. I just don't know that 6 seconds gives you enough time to run a play and get a timeout. Like I think you're almost in Hail Mary territory here. I don't know that you have time to run a play and get into field goal range. Yeah, Morgan, we just kind of usually Missouri has gotten hosed on a couple calls. I don't my whole point is I'm not going to allow that unless something different happens in the second half to lead me to say the game is changed. That delay game really doesn't hurt Missouri. I mean, it means you need an extra 5 yards, but I don't think it hurts all that much. All right, so going to halftime, 27-20 Arkansas. Obviously not ideal. We're going to update the stats here for you guys, and then what we'll do after that, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break, grab something to eat, and be back here for the start of the second half. This stats update is not going to be incredibly pretty. It is going to favor Arkansas very much, particularly in running the football. The Hogs really got things going running the ball. I mean, Missouri ran it fairly decently. Larry Roundtree's putting together a nice day, but Arkansas did absolutely anything it wanted to on the ground. And then threw the ball well enough that obviously, it made up for what not made up for, but it gave Arkansas, I guess, the overall edge on offense, I guess is what I should have been saying. It's relatively close. Both teams on pace for 500 yards. But Arkansas obviously got the better of it there in the second quarter. These teams have combined for 35 first downs, which is just an insane number. I mean, each defense basically got one stop. Neither defense got a turnover. Overall, a game that if you look at these stats, you would say it's within a touchdown. It is within a touchdown. And Dan says Missouri's getting its ass kicked on defense. Yes, so is Arkansas. Yes, both sides are. This is a classic case of both teams have scholarship guys who are trying. Sometimes we have to give the other team credit too. Now, this is now all about who adjusts and wins the second half. I mean, that's really all there is to it. Who can adjust and win the second half? We don't make final judgments at halftime. We got 30 minutes to go. So let's see what happens in this second half. Again, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'll be back with you guys by the time the second half starts, maybe a little bit before. But we got a 30-minute game, and Missouri's got to go win it without Nick Bolton. All right, so I am back with you. The game not quite back with you yet. Still at halftime. I've eaten most of my lunch, but I'm going to finish up a little bit. Anyway, so let's talk about this a little bit. There's two things. First, we'll start with officiating, right? And I understand fans are always going to lean more to blaming officiating than non-fans are. So I get that, right? I understand, and I understand why you're upset about calls. There have been, again, let's go through. I thought there were three big ones. Should have been pass interference on the deep ball to Towski Dove on Missouri's second possession. Absolutely agree, should have been. But Missouri scored on that drive. The late hit on Larry Roundtree. Watching it live, I thought it was an egregious late hit. Watching it on replay, I actually didn't. Now, it could have been called. Does it change that drive from a field goal to a touchdown? Maybe. I'm not sure. The targeting call on Nick Bolton was garbage. It was a bad call. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So Missouri, without its best defensive player for the second half, big deal, no question. But we also have to realize Arkansas played the first half without Jalen Catalon and is playing the entire day without its starting quarterback. So those are things you have to overcome to win games. Now, in other words, terrible call on targeting. Did it lose Missouri the game? No. With a minute and a half left in the second quarter, the officiating at this point has not lost Missouri the football game. And now things can happen in the second half. But if the second half, if there are no like crazy bad calls or anything like that, I'm not going to blame officiating for this loss. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make there. The other thing is the defense. Look, the defense has been bad. There's no question. Ryan Walters getting exposed. I don't like how every week we have to say somebody's getting exposed or has to be fired. I'm not saying the defenses look good. It hasn't. They are undermanned. They've been good the last 3 weeks. They have not been good this week. But let's point this out. Both teams had 2 stops in that first half. The difference, well, there's 2 differences. Number one, Arkansas kept 2 Missouri drives to field goals. Missouri did not hold for any field goals. They gave up 4 touchdowns. The other one, on Missouri's second stop, Missouri gave up a 20-yard gain on a fake field goal, which had the holder just standing up and running straight down the middle of the field. So the defense got to stop there, and then the special teams beat them. So Missouri's defense is not playing well, but should be probably 23-20 rather than 27-20 is my only point, you know. So Missouri's defense has been bad. It hasn't really been worse than the Arkansas defense, I guess is my point. So look, you got 30 minutes left. This was a 3-point spread. I picked Missouri to win by 8. Everybody expected this to be a close game. Now, you're going to be a little bit concerned if Arkansas comes out and just rolls right down the field to start the second half and is up 34-20. Then you're going to start to go, hang on, can Missouri get a stop at all? And if they can't, then, yeah, you're going to have some tense moments here. The defense is obviously going to have to get a stop or two in the second half. That goes without saying. But there's a lot of time left. Michael Kaiser asking about lunch. I actually had half of a buffalo chicken sandwich that was left over from D. Rose last night. So just finished up some pretzels here. So sorry, I'm going to eat for a minute. If I could change one thing about college football, I would shorten halftime. NFL football, it's like 12 minutes. It gives you just enough time to go, like, grab a drink and go to the bathroom, and then you sit back down and it's already back on. College football halftime's way too long, and I get some people care that the band's on the field and stuff. That's fine. I don't, but I think it should be shorter. What adjustments will we see on defense? I mean, to me, number one is you have to load the box and force Arkansas to throw the ball. Now, I know Arkansas hit a couple deep shots, and KJ Jefferson looked pretty good, and they might beat you that way. But what you can't let them do is just continue to average 7 yards per carry running straight up the middle. I mean, you've got to make it a little bit more stressful on them than you have. Arkansas right now, 26 carries for 166 yards, 6.4 per carry. And most of that's just been, I mean, Traylon Smith, 12 for 68, a touchdown. Jefferson, 8 for 36, a touchdown. You know, most of it's just been pretty basic stuff. Missouri getting shoved off the line of scrimmage. And it looks fairly similar to Tennessee at this point in time, if we're being honest. So to me, that's the number one adjustment. And it does not come without risk. They might still beat you throwing the ball, because they have wide receivers who have gotten open against you. And if Jefferson can hit, then they might beat you. But I'd rather lose that way than lose by letting them just continue to run and run and run the football. You know, just my opinion. You'd also like to find a way to get a little more pressure on KJ Jefferson than you have. He's had a lot of time. If you have to blitz, you have to blitz. And again, the result of both these things is some man coverage in the secondary. And to me, it's just something that I would live with. And if my guys get beat, they get beat. I agree that Kendall Briles is a good offensive coordinator. He's done a nice job. He's outcoached Ryan Walters today. I agree with that. The flip side's also true, right? Missouri has largely been better than the Arkansas defense. I think today is a very good example of you also have to give the other team some credit. Like, not every single time something doesn't work is it just, well, our guys didn't do their job and our guys are terrible. The other team is trying, and I think you have to admit that and sometimes give them credit as well. Now, some of the plays are Missouri's at fault. I'm not saying that. But sometimes, hey, the other guys are doing a good job as well. And I think we don't often do that in watching our team play. So, Greg, you know, bringing up the keys, I don't think Missouri's tackling has been bad. I could be wrong, but I don't remember a ton of missed tackles in that half. I think they're just getting shoved off the ball more than anything. And this is what I should have brought up. And this has been the biggest thing. The tempo is killing Missouri. You're seeing a lot of times where it doesn't really look like Missouri's ready. And I think that's been a major factor. I know at one point Arkansas went for a 4th down. And, I mean, it was 4th and 1, and like Missouri wasn't even looking at the ball. They were a yard off the ball when Arkansas snapped it and ran a quarterback sneak for the 1st down. And that's coaching. That's on everybody. It's on Ryan Walters. It's on Eli Drinkwitz. It's on somebody not calling a timeout. So the tempo has definitely been an issue. And Morgan brings up the other issue is the defensive lines get, like we talked about, yeah, they're just getting trucked. I mean, they just are. There's really there's not a lot of science or secret there. So we look like we're about to get going again here. And, yeah, Dan, I agree. I said the same thing. This drive is huge. Missouri needs a stop on this drive. Not a field goal. They need a stop. Because you don't want to go down 2 scores in the second half with your defense having given up 5 consecutive scoring drives. I mean, you got to find a way to get a stop here and keep this kind of within arm's reach all the way. So Arkansas going to start at the 25, and Tyler, you bring up an interesting point. I would I'd go the other way. I'd bring more pressure and tell your defensive backs, look, we're going to try to reduce the time you have to cover, not we're just going to ask you to cover better. That's my approach. And again, Arkansas opens the second. I mean, if you're going to give up 7 yards a carry, this game's over. If they're just going to run all over you, this game's over. But Missouri about to get a stop. And again, that tempo from Arkansas, Missouri looked to handle it better there. So, yeah, really nice job by Missouri after giving up 7 to bounce back and keep Arkansas and force the punt. So, Missouri gets the ball back now. The defense did its job. It doesn't mean they're done. Like, they're going to have to do it again at some point. But they did the job on this drive, and now it's back to the offense. Get something going and get some points on the board. Even if it's only 3, get some points on the board. Missouri was really only stopped. I don't count the last drive of the first half because it was 20 seconds. Missouri was really only stopped once in that first half. I can't wait to ask about this call after the game because I still just don't understand how that was targeting. But whatever. So, yeah, Missouri getting things started with Larry Roundtree making a big play. 34-yard gain puts him over 100 on the day. 17 carries for 113. Second straight 100-yard game and really playing well. And he wasn't touched for the vast majority of that run. So it was blocked well. He made a couple nice moves. And, yeah, I agree with Josh Cook and Tyler Wynn. That's who you lean on in this half. That's how you lean on. Who you lean on is Larry Roundtree. Not that it matters, but I sure thought on that 1st and 10, Arkansas was offsides. Larry Roundtree over 3,500 for his career. Michael Kaiser asking if Roundtree will be a good NFL player. I think he'll play in the league. I think he's a good complimentary guy. I don't know if he's a guy that can carry the load in the National Football League, though. He's not. I think he's not quite big enough for his speed, maybe, in the NFL. So let's see this call. I guess it's PI. I don't know. What do you guys? Was that PI? I know the answers I'm going to get here, but I didn't see a ton on that. I'm going to see. I don't know if Tyler Beatty's had a carry today. He is not, which is pretty interesting. He has 2 catches for 9 yards. He does not have a carry today. Not that Roundtree isn't doing poorly, but isn't doing well, I should say. Sorry, I misspoke. So let's check penalties. Both teams have 5. Arkansas's for 45 yards. Missouri's for 42. I was just kind of curious how they lined up. I don't remember most of Arkansas's, to be quite honest. I believe they've happened. I just don't remember them, other than that PI. All right, so now you're in 3rd and 18, and that's, I mean, I think at this point you're almost playing for a field goal. Just get a few. That was, boy, yeah, that second down pass was nearly picked off. I think you're just trying to get a few on 3rd down and give Mevis a more makeable field goal to get something out of this drive, because I just don't think you have a lot of 3rd and 18 plays in the playbook. Oh, man, that Arkansas DB was unbelievably close to getting a foot down on that. Almost made a heck of a play. And, yes, bad throw, no question. Nice job by Hazelton to pick up 12 out of that. You're not close enough that you're thinking about going for it. You're obviously going to kick the field goal. Missouri does. 37 yards. Mevis 3 for 3. So could have been better, certainly, but you got something out of the drive, which is huge. Your defense got to stop. You gave them a little rest. Maybe they could get another one. That would certainly be helpful. But we said the first drive of the second half was going to be even, and that was going to be big. Missouri had the edge. Missouri scored on its drive. Arkansas didn't score. So, and yeah, Andy says you need touchdowns, not field goals. I agree, but once you're in 3rd and 18, like 3's better than nothing. Obviously, Missouri having settled for 3 field goals is the reason they're down rather than ahead. But, also better than nothing, which is what Arkansas got out of the first drive of this half. So, Arkansas's run the ball 29 times, thrown it 14. You got to make them throw the football. And again, maybe they can do it, but you've got to make them prove they can do it with the backup quarterback. This game is unbelievably even statistically. Total yards, 298 for Missouri, 291 for Arkansas. Missouri with 61 more passing yards, Arkansas with 54 more rushing yards. Penalties almost identical. First downs 19 to 18. Total plays 49 to 43 for Missouri. Average per play 6.8 to 6.1 for Arkansas. I mean, everything is very even in this game. Arkansas has 1 sack. Interestingly, Missouri don't have a single tackle for loss in this game, and that kind of backs up the idea that the defensive line is getting shoved around. Okay, so look, every drive is like saying big drive here is kind of dumb. Every drive is big in this game at this point. Anytime you're in a game like this, every play seems like it could kind of change things around. A&M leading Arkansas. I'm sorry, A&M leading Auburn, leading A&M 2014 after 3. So Ketting with another touchback. I think he's had 2 returned this year. Is that right? Maybe 3. So I didn't really look on that first drive. I assume it's Chad Bailey playing for Nick Bolton. And look, see, Missouri spread out. There were like 5 guys in the box. You're running against that look all day long. All day long, you're running against that look. I think Missouri's got to bring some safeties up closer because they're not stopping it this way. And then they throw on first down, which I don't understand why, and it was incomplete. I don't know why Arkansas would ever throw on first down. And then they throw again on second down. I don't get it. I mean, if you get a stop here, like that's on Kendall Briles. You are running the ball all over them. Why are you throwing on first and second down? Coaches, way too often, I think that coaches look at things and say, well, we know this is working. Let's see if something else can work. Well, if you know it's working, just keep doing it. Why they would throw on first down makes absolutely zero sense to me. Well, I don't get the feeling this is going to go well for Missouri. And if you let them out a 3rd and 15, then you kind of don't deserve to win the game. That's awful. I mean, I assume that's zone coverage. Devin Nicholson was the closest guy to Treylon Burks, which can't ever happen. It just can't happen. But, yeah. Hey, you give up 3rd and 15, like, you're asking to get beat. Let's see what happened here. I mean, it's a zone defense, but it was the safety who came up and probably shouldn't have. I don't know who it was for sure. But it looked like the safety came up on that play and should have stayed back. And when he came up, it opened up a hole. And Jefferson found it, and he deserves credit. And he makes a nice throw, but it looked like somebody crept up and shouldn't have. Missouri almost jumped on 3rd down there. I mean, there's zero chance Missouri's getting a stop on 3rd and 2 on this day. They can't stop this running game. It is time to bring the safeties up and basically play them as linebackers. Because otherwise, it's just going to be a slow, painful death as they run for 5 yards per play. Yeah, whether it's blitzes, load the box, whatever, they've got to do something to get Arkansas off rhythm because right now Arkansas is just comfortable. They're letting Arkansas dictate things, and and they need to be more aggressive, I think. So, yeah. Now, what Arkansas has managed to do 3 times in this game is hold for field goals once Missouri got down inside the 20 or inside the 30. Missouri hasn't done that at all yet. So, if Missouri can do that here, you're in a 7-point game, and you're fine. It's not ideal, but it's okay. But Missouri has to manage to get that stop. And again, I'm just talking field goal. I'm not talking holding them completely off the board. Obviously, that would be nice, but if red zone drives, let me look them up here real quick. Red zone drives, Missouri is 4 for 4, but 2 of them have been field goals. Arkansas is 3 for 3. They've all been touchdowns. So there's your 4-point difference right there, and if they score here, there's your 11-point difference. And now, if you give up 7 here, now you're really kind of at the point where you're going, well, how do we catch up? Because we have to score every time we touch the ball, because if we get any stops, we're not going to get more than 1, right? All right, so it was Isaiah McGuire that was banged up there previously. I'm still waiting to get back from commercial. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm looking at a picture from the 2018 Rose Bowl, but whatever. Oof. Man, Missouri's, I mean, they're getting gashed. What they have, let's see. That looked like a 7-man box, but just a cutback, and Missouri's got no answers on defense, guys. I mean, this is now starting to get to the point where you're going, what are we going to do here? Because Missouri just doesn't look like it has any sort of an answer. Traylon Smith has 18 carries for 114 yards and 2 touchdowns. Actually, almost identical numbers to what Larry Roundtree's had. Now, the difference is, outside of Roundtree, Missouri's run for 9 yards. Outside of Smith, Arkansas has run for 98 yards. Connor Bazelak he doesn't run. I think that's an element they need to add. Jalen Smith has 1 carry, and Jalen Knox has 1 carry. Deontay Smith has 1 carry. So Missouri's got to find some diversity and some help in the running game. Tyler Beatty hasn't touched the ball in the ground game, so that's an issue. But now it's time to get nervous about this game. I don't think there's any question about it. You're down 34-23. They've scored touchdowns on 5 of their last 6 drives, and I'm sorry, 33-23 after Chris Turner blocked the kick. So that's helpful. You don't need a 2-point conversion. Kicking has been a problem for Arkansas, but I mean, Missouri just doesn't seem to have any answers on defense, and they need to find some. They need to find some pretty quickly. Now, let me say this, and let me say this now so that it doesn't seem like, lipstick on a pig at the end of the game. Even if Missouri loses this game, they go beat Mississippi State, finish 5-5. Like, this is a good year. I know you don't want to lose to Arkansas and you don't want to lose to Barry Odom, and I get all that. But I'm just saying, big picture, losing this game doesn't wreck the fact that this team has overachieved this year and, has a lot to like about the future. Now, would be better if they can manage to come back and win this game. But It's terrible on that kickoff by Beatty. I mean, he was going to get it back to the 20, but there was a penalty. But Beatty just let that ball roll. That was really poor on the kickoff return. And, let's be honest, guys. For 1,700 years, Missouri fans have said, I want a special teams coordinator, right? Well, they've got one. And special teams, hit and miss this year. Mevis has been great. McInnes has been pretty good. The return game's still non-existent. They dropped a lot of punts. So my point is, and not to bash Eric Link, but my only point is simply having a special teams coordinator does not just fix everything automatically. Missouri going to have to go 93 yards. Patrick, I don't know if the lack of Tyler Beatty touches is concerning, but it just doesn't make very much sense to me. Because, he had 100 yards receiving, and Drinkwitz talked about needing to get him more involved, and now he's barely touched the ball today. He has 2 catches for 9 yards and hasn't run it at all. So I'm not sure I quite understand it. All right, so, I mean, clearly you've got to get points out of this drive. You've got to get points out of every drive. And 7 would certainly be helpful. It's going to be difficult starting at your 7, but you've got to get points out of this drive because you got to get – I mean, the way your defense is going, you might be able to score every drive and it's not even going to matter, but – you have to score every drive to give yourself a chance. Arkansas penalty is rather helpful there. Okay, so I was looking away. I'm going to have to see a replay to see what we're complaining about here. Okay, free play blown dead. So no contact was made. There's never Brandon. There is never such thing as 4-down territory from inside your 10-yard line in the third quarter. No way. Nice job keeping the play alive there by Bazelak. I was curious why he didn't run. But he ended up keeping the play alive and making the play. The one question I have about him is his legs. I don't know if he's fast enough to really be much of a running threat in the SEC. And you can win without your quarterback being a running threat, but it's tough. That just opens up a whole lot of things offensively. So oh, boy. He was fortunate not to have that one picked off, I thought, looking live. Now, we'll see. Maybe on a replay I'm wrong. But my one question about Bazelak would be, are his legs enough of a threat to at least make defenses think about them? I'm not sure. Tyler Beatty just wasn't looking on that second down play. He just wasn't ready for the ball. Now you're in 3rd and 10. You guys may already know the result of this play. But I mean, he wasn't even looking on that until it was obviously too late. Yeah, I don't think you can go on 4th and 2 from your own 26. But I'd really consider it. I don't think – because if you go and you don't get it, the game's over. So you probably can't do that with this much time left. you at some point have to ask your defense to make a stop. Now, I'll say this. Missouri doesn't make a stop on this drive, this game's over. There's no question. They don't get a stop here, you're done. And even a field goal, theoretically, you're still alive. You give up a touchdown on this drive, you got no shot. You give up a field goal, theoretically, you still have a shot. Garrett, I'm not going to give up on Connor Bazelak's career yet. I'm not 100% convinced that he's a 5-year starter and going to be an all league guy or anything, but I'm not going to say he's not the answer past this year either. Again, guys, there's 22 minutes left. I get it. It doesn't look great. This game's not over. At some point, your defense has to make a play. Period. Now, if I'm Arkansas, I don't throw a pass on this drive till I'm in third down. I run it and run it again, and then I might even run it again, depending on what the situation is. But if I'm Arkansas, I'm going to line up and I'm going to run the ball straight at Missouri for as long as I can do it, and let's, also give the Arkansas defense credit. It has made some changes and gotten more stops than Missouri's has so far. Now, again, time to turn that around. Missouri's one play from making things really interesting, whether, that's a turnover, a big play on offense, whatever, but they need a spark. Right now, it just kind of feels like this slow march toward a 40-30 loss. Yeah, Garrett, again, I respect your right to say what you're saying. I just don't agree yet. I mean, the kid threw for 400 yards on LSU a month ago. So, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and I agree with Greg. I mean, Connor Bazelak is not the reason Missouri's losing this game, right? He could have been better, but in no way is he the reason Missouri is losing this game. That's the defense right now. Yeah, and Scott brings up a good point too. Arkansas has made some changes. Yeah. And I agree, Garrett, with that. And as I said, he can't run. That's a concern. There's no question about it. I mean, Missouri can't stop a thing right now, guys. They are just getting eaten up. Arkansas's run 35 times for 233 yards. Traylon Smith having his way. Missouri just can't stop anything. It doesn't take a whole lot of analysis here. The offense has had to settle for some field goals and all that, but Missouri just isn't stopping anything. And guess what? And I want to say this too. Arkansas, why are you throwing on first down? Sometimes football coaches offend me. But I want to say this. I thought it was a terrible targeting call on Nick Bolton. Missouri is better with Nick Bolton on the field. Missouri also was not stopping Arkansas with Nick Bolton on the field. I mean, they just – so I'm not sure – I'm just saying I don't know how big a difference that makes. Okay, so 3rd and 6, and if I'm Arkansas, I'm in 4-down territory. I'm going for it if I don't get it. I 100% am, because I'm not kicking a 60-yard field goal. Again, why are you throwing on 3rd and 7? If you're Arkansas, run the football, get to 3rd and 3 or 4th and 3, and then your whole playbook's there. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. Missouri's not going to complain about it. Missouri got to stop. You got to have the punt safe there, and Bryce is 100% right. Arkansas kept him in the game. Give Martez Manuel credit for making a play, but Arkansas has literally run all over Missouri today. I don't get why they're throwing there. And so this is a time, and I think this is a good time to bring this up. And I agree. Terrible play calling by Bryles. So we always acknowledge our own team's weaknesses without acknowledging when the other teams mess up or giving the other teams any credit. Like, you got to give. I don't understand. If I'm an Arkansas fan, I'm kind of sick right now. I don't get it. Throw on 1st down, want to throw on 2nd down, but ended up scrambling. So my feed is currently frozen. Now we're back, briefly. So now, if you're Missouri, like, you still have to give the ball to Larry Roundtree some here, right? You can't just – you don't have to – you've got 20 minutes left in this game. You don't need to just start flinging the ball all over the field. Roundtree's had a good day. You can still use him. Taking a shot here and just overthrown to Towski Dove. And 3rd and 4, you're okay. I don't hate the call there. But now you've got to pick this up. Dove he had like half a step. He wasn't open. It would have been a beautiful throw. But either way, like, 3rd down here, Missouri's got to get this. And that was a really nice play by Bazelak. That was a beautiful play by Bazelak. Like, if you're going to point out his shortfalls, you got to give him credit when he does something like that. And that was a heck of a play. All right, so we'll see how far this penalty will set him back. So it's actually only a 3-yard penalty. So it's 1st and 13, which isn't. I mean, obviously, you'd rather it wasn't called, but it's not hideous. Casey Saltz is asking about penalties. Missouri has 7 for 52 yards. Arkansas has 7 for 55 yards. So it's been pretty much the same. Xavier Delgado, he's played today. I know. He's been in the game at times. So. Oh, that looked like it could have been, yeah. Like you guys are saying, that looked like it could have been 15 yards and only went for about 2 or 3. So big play there by Arkansas to put him in 2nd and long. You can still run the ball here. I'd like to see something a little creative, though. All right, so let's see this. You guys are asking for targeting, so let me see. I mean, it's like I don't know if it's targeting, but it's a defenseless receiver. Right? They did call it. Okay. I'll have to see the replay to see if it's targeting. I didn't see where the hit was live. I couldn't see where he hit him. So I'm not saying it's not targeting. I'm just saying I haven't seen it well enough yet. Okay, so I mean the ball's incomplete. It's going to be unnecessary roughness. I don't think it's targeting because it's not in the head, but I do think it's unnecessary roughness. I agree with Sir Mufflebuns. That's what I'd call. I would call unsportsmanlike. I would call a late hit, but I would not call targeting. And he took 2 steps. He had time to know. That was like the Tyree Gillespie hit in the last game. I mean, he had time to know that was an incomplete pass. And not make the hit. Okay, so now Missouri's close to midfield. You are now in 4-down territory on this drive. You don't punt on this drive, unless it's like 4th and 14 or something. But I absolutely would not punt on this drive. Okay, so another first down. You're down to the 42 or 45, and you got a little something going here. Obviously, have to score on this drive, preferably 6. Like we're just kind of back in that same place that we've been in, right? All right, so more. There have been a lot of injuries in this game. I don't know, like, if there have been any that have been serious, but there have been a lot of injuries. Do we have okay, that is Morgan that's down. And that's, you hate to see that. And look, we talked about coming into this game, Nick Bolton and Grant Morgan, probably the 2 leading candidates for SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and now neither one of them is going to be in the second half. That's I got to be careful how I say that. You don't like seeing that happen to anybody. You really don't like seeing it happen to like the big names, the great players, because the game is better when those guys are in, you know, and those guys are on the field. And obviously Morgan being helped off the field, that doesn't look good. Either way, back to second down, and like Missouri got to get some things done here. Now third down, and Missouri got to get some things done here. But again, I don't punt here. You're going for it here. You've got 2 plays to get, what is it, 6 yards? Because I'm not trying a 58-yard field goal, and I'm not punting from the 40 in a 33-23 game. You've got 2 plays here. So you call the third down play as if you know you're going for it. Well, there you go. It worked. Towski Dove, he keeps making plays, man. And again, okay, now you're down. You're at what, the 26-yard line, something like that. So now you're at the point where you're going, okay, punch this in. We're in a 3-point game. Check Dove's numbers in just a minute. I don't think they're eye-popping, but he's been solid. 5 catches, 46 yards on 9 targets. Interestingly, Chisholm had 4 catches for 78 yards on his first 4 targets. He's now got 4 catches for 78 yards on 9 targets. So the last 5 times they've tried to throw him the ball, they've been unsuccessful. So Arkansas has done a nice job on him. Coming up, what could be the last play of the third quarter here. Okay, so Missouri will face third in about, 7? And I think the clock's going to start. We're at the end of the third quarter. So I'm going to update our stats again for you guys. Still 33-23, obviously. Okay, so real quick before we start this quarter, once again, thanks to Colin Gentry Law Group out of Jefferson City for sponsoring us here. Check them out at callgentry.com. And do we have a flag on the third down play? I don't think so. I mean, you got to kick, right? You've got to kick. I couldn't tell. Tucker says that was a freshman wide receiver with limited reps. I couldn't even tell who the intended receiver was. So I don't know. I'm sure you guys will let me know. So 40-yard field goal, 7-point game. Mevis is 4 for 4. And again, the defense has to have a stop. I mean, you can't give up a score here. You have to have a stop. You've got to give your offense a chance to tie this game. Now, let's see. Okay, so it was Jay Macklin who was the intended receiver on that. That's kind of curious. I wonder if that was what they intended, if that was like the primary target. I don't really know. We might find out after the game. I don't know. It kind of depends on what happens the rest of the way here, depending on if that's something we end up like needing to ask about or not. Really for the whole game, the whole issue has just been Missouri can't finish drives. That's really that's the game is almost even. Arkansas has scored 5 touchdowns. Missouri has scored 2 and kicked 4 field goals. Missouri has 6 scoring drives. Arkansas has 5, but Missouri's are worth not as many points because that's the way football works. Defense got to stop last drive, so now you're asking them to get another one, and we'll see if they can get it done. Interesting, Missouri was clearly trying to set up Arkansas to return the ball, and they just fair caught it. All right, let's check in. A&M still, well, hang on. My scoreboard is obviously outdated. Yeah, A&M still up 28-20 and with the ball, so looking like they're in pretty good shape. I agree with Todd. Like, Arkansas should not throw the ball until third down at all. Nice stop for Missouri on first down, certainly. Well, it kept going and managed to get a couple yards. I don't think that can be a fumble. But if I'm Arkansas again, 2nd and 8, I'm running the ball again. I mean, I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, first of all, I don't know why Devin Nicholson's in coverage against him. But also Nicholson and Manuel were just kind of looking at each other. They weren't – I don't know. That was a weird-looking play. And good play. Yeah, Jefferson and his receiver, Burks, deserve credit. But it was like Missouri had 2 guys in coverage, but they weren't really covering the receiver. Manuel was – it wasn't Manuel. It was – yeah, it was Manuel trying to get over there. I don't know why Devin Nicholson is in coverage there. Okay, so you guys are saying not a catch. I haven't seen a replay that shows me that yet, but I'm interested to see one. Okay, if he stepped out before the catch, let's see. I mean, I don't know. Did he? Hopefully they have a closer view because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it definitive, is my point. Like Breakfast King says, it's possible he's out. I just don't see anything that's going to prove it, guys. But I'm not sure he controlled it as he went down. The ruling on the field stands, which basically they're saying, yeah, I don't know, it might be wrong, but we can't tell. It's basically just not enough to overturn. Either way, look, they're still on their side of midfield, so you got to get a stop. Because they're still obviously not in punting or field goal range or anything like that. You're going to have to step up and get a stop. Why is Arkansas throwing the ball on first down? Like, it's borderline making me angry now. I don't understand any of this. Second and 10, I've got to think they're running. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, that looked like Chad Bailey just got torched. Now they're in field goal range, and now you got problems. I mean, that was Chad Bailey. He was there, but not quite there. So now you probably need a turnover. Well, that's going to pretty much do it, I think, guys. I mean, I know it's still a 2-score game, but I just don't see it. I don't see how Missouri comes back from this because I don't trust Missouri to get a stop. This defense just it's getting shredded today. You know, I mean that's really that's the only way to put it. The offense has had problems. They've been stopped in the red zone. They haven't been perfect, but like they've given the team a chance, whereas the defense really hasn't given the team much of a chance, honestly. I mean that's kind of bottom line in it. And I also want to say again, I don't think it's all like Nick Bolton was out of the game, right? This defense wasn't very good with Nick Bolton in the game. So, you know. Yeah, look, maybe it's Walters. I don't know. I can't have the discussion every week about who to fire. I can't do it. Today's bad. The defensive line is beat up. Today's a bad day, right? We know that. I don't know that we have to fire Ryan Walters necessarily, but I know that that's what we do when the team's losing games is we start talking about who to fire. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I agree with Breakfast King here. If Missouri manages to score, I think you've got to go onside kick. But first, obviously, you got to manage to score. I mean that's obviously the issue. I don't know when Walter's contract is up. To be honest, no, Dan, I'm not saying that Ryan Walters is calling a great game. I'm not saying that. I'm also saying that like we don't. Every week is a referendum on everyone, and we just immediately jump to this guy's terrible. Like literally last week we were talking about how he's doing a good job. It's exhausting to have that discussion every single week. I understand it's what it is now, and this is where we come on the internet, but I don't know. I can't, like, I just can't do it. If you guys want to do it in the comments, that's great, but I just can't have this talk every single week about who we're firing, because sometimes like there's just bad days and you don't necessarily have to fire anyone. Maybe next week will be a good day, that's all I'm saying. And I don't like, I'll keep putting up the comments, but I just can't have the same discussion every single day. Yeah, and that's kind of where I am with Mitchell. Like it's a bad day. And as bad a day as it's been on defense, the offense has also kind of like they've contributed, right? The offense has done a decent amount, but not quite enough at this point in time, although there you go, quick score apparently. Beatty from 46. And now we've got a game, maybe. Tyler Beatty's, I think we've been talking about wanting a little more out of him, right? His first run of the day goes for a 46-yard touchdown. First run of the day, 46-yard touch. That's that'll work. Now you're back in the game. Now you need your defense. Like we're at the same spot, and I'll admit to falling into the trap maybe of writing this one off a little early because I didn't trust the defense. I still don't really trust the defense to get a stop, but they've got another chance here to kind of flip this narrative, right? It's a 7-point game, and let's see what's happening. I wouldn't hate an onside kick. I wouldn't hate it, I could live with it because, again, you're trusting the defense. I'll say this. This is an entertaining game. Like it's fun. It's close. It's competitive. They're keeping us interested. There's a lot of plays. Ain't nobody making any plays on defense on either side. But it's fun to watch. I feel like I'm having a hard time keeping up here. Everybody is scoring before I can even look up, and Okay, Dan, this is the last time I'm going to address this because you've made up your mind, and that's fine. But what frustrates me about when we start to get into coordinator talk, when you don't like the head coach, that side of the ball is blamed on the head coach. When you like the head coach, then you pick out the coordinator. Is it the coordinator? Yes. I don't know. I'm just saying, you fire Ryan Walters, that's fine. I can't do this every week, is my point. Let's see what happens the last 10 minutes of the game. And who knows? Maybe they make a play, right? It doesn't mean everything was perfect, but maybe they make a play. We'll see. A lot of calls for the turnover robe, so I do like the turnover robe. It's one of the better props out there, in my opinion. I liked when Devin Nicholson did the post-game handshake in it. Yeah, I think that's the right call, Justin. Missouri did that on the last kick, right? They popped it up, had him field it at like the 10-yard line. There is still a ton of time left in this game. We've been going over 3 hours, and there's 12 minutes left. That's nuts. The A&M game might be over at this point. The A&M game has 21 seconds left. A&M is going to win 31-20, so they hold serve. All right, so here we go for the 14th time in this half. A team can win the game or can at least make it interesting with the stop, right? So far, the team in that position really hasn't gotten a stop, and that includes Arkansas. They've done enough to make sure to keep it interesting. So now we'll see if Missouri can step up and get a stop here. Yeah, so another 8 yards. And like I said last drive, put more guys in the box and force them to throw. Well, then they threw successfully last drive. At this point, I think it's simply a matter of the guys up front just are getting shoved away. And I don't know what scheme changes that, right? And again, not that Walters isn't to blame for some of that. I'm just saying, when the issue is your guys getting shoved off the line of scrimmage, I don't know how you fix it exactly. Jamal Brooks on the field on this drive. It looks like he's in place of Chad Bailey. I don't know what's going on here. I assume it's going to be Arkansas ball, but. Oh, man, it really looked like Isaiah McGuire had a chance to dive on that. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so 3rd and 5-ish. It's not the game, but it's big. All right, so when it absolutely had to, the Missouri defense got to stop. 25, Justin, is Jamal Brooks. So, and he was That was a really nice play. He was coming on kind of it looked like a delayed blitz against a quarterback draw. A perfect call for that situation. Like, it worked out, right, against that play. Because he didn't overrun it, because it was kind of a stunt, a delayed blitz. It looked like the center of the guard fell down. Brooks made the play. Again, he was in for Chad Bailey, who had replaced Bolton, I believe. So made a personnel move, and it paid off. Missouri gets the stop. They're going to get the ball back with a chance to tie the game. And now this has got to be, like, you have to approach this drive as if you're not punting. Now, I understand you might get into a situation where you do have to end up punting, but at the start, you have to assume that you are not punting. Tyler now wants to extend Ryan Walters. I know you guys are joking. It is amusing. All right, so what do we got? Right about 10 minutes left, correct? Again, I said toward the end of the first quarter the game was moving quickly. It's now the longest football game in the history of organized sports, so 100% my fault. That's the way it goes. 9:53 left. First down on the 18. Let's check some stats here. I mean, 485 for Arkansas, 436 for Missouri. Missouri with 43 more passing yards. Arkansas 92 more rushing yards. Arkansas actually been penalized more. 55 combined first downs, 28 for Arkansas, 27 for Missouri. 67 plays for Arkansas, 69 for Missouri. It's a very even game. I mean, red zone right now, the difference, but Missouri can erase that. I'm not saying you don't kick a field goal on this drive. It's very much determined by the situation. But you approach this as if it's 4 downs all the way down the field, I think. Again, you might have to change it. If you get in 4th and 8 from the 32 or something, you got to kick, right? But your defense gave you 2 stops this half. Asking them to give you one more is, in this game, I don't know. I don't know if I trust them to do that. I'd be tempted to take a deep shot here, but if you don't hit, you're going 2nd and 10, and that puts you kind of in a bad spot. So this is why they get a lot of money and I don't. I'd be tempted to hand the ball off to Larry Roundtree for 9 yards. Let's check Roundtree's numbers. He's had a day. 24 for 130 so far. That's where I like taking a shot. On 2nd and 2, take a shot, because you ought to be able to get 2 yards on 3rd down. It was close, just slightly overthrown. Asking if there's been a completion over 20 yards. Let me look. Chisholm had a 29-yarder and Hazleton had a 29-yarder. Oh, that is a brutal penalty. Well, except, Dan, it wouldn't have been 3rd and long without the penalty on Maietti. It was going to be 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2 was fine. 3rd and 7 was created because of the penalty. Jim Bob, illegal snap basically means he moved the ball before the snap. And that's why they brought Damon Hazelton here. Nice throw by Bazelak. That was a huge play there. Obviously, gained a 32. Hazelton's got 3 catches for 72 yards now. Missouri's thrown for 291, which is crazy because it doesn't seem like they've thrown the ball that well to me. Now a little more Tyler Beatty. Offense is getting in a little bit of a rhythm. Let's check 3rd downs. Missouri 8 out of 14 on 3rd down. That's pretty good. It's not out of this world, but it is pretty good. Now, this is a free play, right? I have no idea where the ball ended up. I don't know if that's interception or incomplete. I don't know what happened, but. Okay, so you got a 1st down now at the 34. And now you're getting into that spot, right? I mean, this needs to be a touchdown. You need to finish this drive. How's that not PI on Beatty down the field? Like, I understand the ball was underthrown, but isn't that PI? I thought the guy ran into him. I mean, the ball, don't get me wrong, the ball wasn't going to be complete, but I don't know how that's not pass interference, right? Kiki Chisholm, though, now over 100 yards, 5 for 103. I mean, every single throw is like 25 yards downfield. It's really interesting. And that it worked there. Heck of a throw, Andy Speller, number 82's Daniel Parker. Heck of a throw, heck of a catch. But everything's like a knockout punch. It's really been interesting. Nice job by Roundtree even to make it back to the line of scrimmage there. So now when you're at the 10-yard, you're at the 9-yard line, like, man, you can't settle for a 26-yard field goal, right? So Larry in for his 3rd touchdown of the day from 9 yards out. Just completely untouched. And we've got a tie game at 40, assuming the extra point goes in. I don't want to assume that yet. But third touch of the day for Roundtree. His numbers, 26 for 139, absolute workhorse. The extra point's good. Wow. I got to be honest, guys. I didn't think Missouri was tying this thing up. They were down 40-26 at the start of this quarter. Back-to-back touchdowns in, let me see, quickly. That's 2 touchdowns in 4:55. Had the Beatty run at 12:41, the Roundtree run at 7:46. Maybe the most unbelievable thing, they've scored 40 points and their quarterback doesn't have a touchdown pass, which is crazy. 27-44, 316, no touchdowns. Beatty has a touchdown run. Roundtree has 3. And we're somehow in this. We've got a game here, right? And it now just comes down to which defense gets a stop. Pocket Watch, appreciate the super chat, man. That is very kind of you. Glad you're here and glad you're watching along with us. Thanks to everybody who is watching and who's making this possible. The super chats are always appreciated, and we'll always make sure to shout you guys out if that's something you choose to do. We never ask, but we always do appreciate it. So Pocket Watch getting that ball rolling today. So again, we do appreciate that. Appreciate Colin Gentry Law Group for making this show possible and for sponsoring us. You check them out at callgentry.com. Give them a call down in Jefferson City. Ask for talk to Chip Gentry. He's your man down there. Plenty of other guys down there and girls who do great work. They'll help you out. Chip is my point of contact down there, so he's the guy I always tell you to get in touch with. Colin Gentry Law Group, callgentry.com on the internet. Do that. I'm even going to put their logo up here for the last few minutes so you guys can make sure to see them if I can manage to find it. There it is. Colin Gentry Law Group up in the corner. But we now have 7 minutes and 45 seconds of it's going to be interesting. Both teams throwing some punches. Both teams deserve a lot of credit. Like Arkansas was down 13 to start the game. Missouri was down 14 with 14 minutes left, and both teams answered the bell and came back. Regardless of who wins this game, these are two of the most improved teams in the SEC and two coaches that deserve a lot of credit for what they've done this year. I think both, regardless of the outcome today, will be happy with their season. Both obviously desperately want to win this game, so both these teams deserve plenty of credit. Patrick's asking, the over-under was 54. We blew past that maybe in the first half. Not quite in the first half, but like it was early in the second half. Whoever wins gets SEC Coach of the Year. I think it's definitely possible. I think Jimbo Fisher will get some votes too. Dan, yeah, look, I absolutely, I bring pressure. I load the box. I make the backup quarterback make throws. If he makes throws, he makes throws. But that's the way. Also, where Missouri is right now, Missouri should get the ball again. Like, the only way, you shouldn't lose this game without your offense getting another chance, right? You shouldn't give up a 7-minute and 45-second touchdown drive, especially with all 3 timeouts in your pocket. So at the worst, you should get the ball back. Even if you're down 7, you should get the ball back and have a chance to go tie it or maybe even win it if you want to go for 2, which actually I think in this game both coaches would probably do. So we'll see what happens, though. Defense needs one stop on both sides. Backwards pass. Oh, I thought Arkansas might throw off that because it was behind the line of scrimmage. Arkansas is still, though, like, they're pushing the tempo here, so they're not trying to run the clock out on this drive or anything. They're almost operating like, hey, we need to score so that if we give up points, we're going to have time to get the ball back. Because it really does have that sense of last offense on the field wins because neither defense is doing a ton. Although the Missouri defense just did something. Forces Arkansas into 3rd and long. Trajan Jeffcoat, honestly, where is this team without Trajan Jeffcoat this year? We can't talk to him, and I understand why, but, man, it's a heck of a story. And that the coverage deserves some credit for that sack too, because Jeffcoat, he put on a nice spin move, but like that's normally enough time to get rid of the ball. Jeffcoat with a big play there. Back-to-back stops. And like I said, again, this is why we don't fire dudes in the third quarter. I'm not saying that Ryan Walters deserves a raise or an extension. But when they had to have it, Missouri has gotten back-to-back stops on defense. At least 2 in a row. I think it's just 2. Yeah, just 2. Back-to-back stops. But 3 of Arkansas's last 4 drives have been punts. 4 plays, 24 yards, punt. 7 plays, 75 yards, touchdown. 5 plays, 15 yards, punt. 4 plays, 6 yards, punt. Arkansas had 6 drives in the second half. 2 touchdowns, 4 punts. That's good. Missouri's had 5 drives in the second half. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, 1 punt. So Missouri's defense has gotten 4 stops in the second half. Arkansas has gotten 1. Missouri's defense outplayed Arkansas in the second half of the game. It has. And if you're talking about, credit and momentum and stepping up, the Missouri defense deserves some. Now, they've given up 40. It's not a great game, but it's played pretty well. How many sacks does Jeffcoat have? I'm going to have to look it up. Hang on, I will look up the stats and tell you that in just a minute. All right, football stats. Let's see. Trajan Jeffcoat has 4 sacks coming into this game. That's number 5. Easily leads the team. And has been absolutely huge for this team. Like, without him, I don't know where they're at on defense. And Justin, let's be clear, it was not Barry Odom's choice to dismiss Trajan Jeffcoat from the team. I'm not going to go into it, but that was made not at a football team level. Larry Roundtree just putting together a day. 27 for $185. Tyler Beatty, 4 carries, 78 yards and a touch in his second touchdown. Missouri has now outrushed Arkansas. Missouri now has 272 yards rushing. Arkansas now has 265. Unbelievable. Not something that I thought we would probably be saying at any point today. But Missouri has now scored 21 points in, let's see, how long? 21 points in 8 minutes to take a 47-40 lead. If Missouri gets one more stop, it's going to win this game. This is, I don't know, guys. This is bonkers. This is good stuff. Again, a really entertaining game. It is certainly not over. Just rolling through your guys' comments. Everybody's just trying to get them all on the screen. Appreciate you guys being here. Greg Shackelford, maybe going a little too far there. All right, so 447, you're a stop or a Well, you're a stop away from a win, maybe a score away from the win. Todd Julian, appreciate you, man. Appreciate the. I don't know what a super sticker is, but I appreciate it. That's the first one of those we've gotten. So thank you very much for that. Dan Dorr, watch for Bolton coaching from the sideline. No question, man. I think it's interesting that he can be over there now, which he hasn't been able to in past years. Arkansas in 4-down territory, Justin, absolutely. There are no punts. I mean, there are no punts in this game, no doubt about it. For Arkansas at this point. So Eric, you're right, man. It wasn't targeting. He should still be in the game, but hey, he's not. And if Missouri can win this game without him, another little layer. Todd, appreciate it, man. Well, Ragnar, I appreciate the super chat. I'm still not going to add your comment. Man, I mean, everybody else manages to be on here without being vulgar and stuff like that. So, we're just trying to do something cool for fans here. More than happy to have you here, but every comment you've made today, frankly, has been something we're not going to put on the broadcast. So, appreciate it. All right. Here we go. Second 10, I should say, and boy, heck of a break on the ball there. Was that Jamal Brooks? Jamal Brooks he's been huge in this game, I think. I mean, he's made some big play. He's made 2 really big plays in this game. Entire sideline jumping up and down, trying to kind of create its own energy. That's a nice throw under pressure by Jefferson. I mean, tough situation, and he made a nice throw, kept it alive. Yeah, Brooks has made 2 huge plays, and a guy who look, he's a senior here. It's never quite lived up to what people and probably him hoped at the beginning, but he's coming up big today when Missouri really needs him. That's cool, Ragnar. Appreciate it, man. Just just letting you know. Yeah, Missouri might be. I don't know if all these injuries are real, but whatever. When they happen against your team, it makes you really mad. When your team does it, it's good strategy. So, and that goes for every fan base in the country. So, Bryce asked the real question. If Arkansas scores, I think it depends on how much time's left. If it scores in the last minute, yes, I think they go for 2. If they score with like 2:30 left, I think they probably tie the game and go ahead and try to get another stop. It's Trey Williams that's down, Gary. Both teams now over 500 yards in this game. There you go. Cal says there's some pretty audible chants there. Again, I can't have the volume up, so tough to hear. Nice coverage by Bledsoe there. Yeah, and Eric brings up a good point. Arkansas has a lot more talent than I thought, no question. And it's all just Chad Morris, man. All Chad Morris. I think we've got a fumble coming here. Let's see who. I'm going to assume by reactions, Arkansas manages to cover this. Okay, so that'll leave you in 3rd and 2. And again, both teams, all 3 timeouts. Arkansas clearly in four down territory. I mean, there's zero question. 3rd and actually 1 where they're spotting it. So Traylon Smith's put the ball on the ground a couple times today. It's hard to fault him. He's played a really good game, but that's one thing that you really don't want to have if you're Arkansas. If you're Missouri, I'm sure you love having it. All right, so, I thought that was just going to be a first down, and then missed tackle led to about 12 more yards. Ball at the 40, 2:42 left. I'm surprised Arkansas is going quite this quickly. Another missed tackle. Brooks slings him down, but I don't know if that was Manuel or I'm not sure who that was. Could have been Carlise. I think the tempo, it's interesting because the tempo's kind of getting to Missouri, but if you're Arkansas, you want to score and you don't want to score with 2 minutes left because you score with 2 minutes left, you're probably losing this game. So this is where strategy comes in, with the clock and everything. I mean, the last time Eli Drinkwitz was in this situation, he did not call timeouts. He didn't try to leave his offense time, and that was in a game where the touchdown would have won it for LSU. This is a situation that's a little different because the touchdown would only tie the game. But, boy, it doesn't look like Missouri's going to have any time left, really. I've got to imagine at this point, if Arkansas scores, it's going to go for 2. Nice stop on 2nd down, 3rd and 1, though. I get Missouri not calling timeouts. No, Sir Mufflebuns, you absolutely do not let them score. Not with the lead. This is a different situation if it's like you're ahead by 3 maybe. No, not even then. With the lead, you never let them score. You gotta go make the play. Now, what I would think about doing if I'm Missouri is consider using timeouts. To answer Ragnar's question, he was actually known as a really good O-line coach and not a great recruiter. I think I could be wrong on that, but I'm not sure. I think that he was more known for his coaching than his recruiting. Mitchell says don't take timeouts, and at this point you're right, but I'm just saying if they get 1st and goal with the 4 with a minute left, I think you think about it. Because they've got 3 timeouts. Like it's not the LSU situation was different. LSU had no timeouts. So they couldn't stop the clock. Arkansas can. I don't know. I'm not saying you use the timeouts yet, but I would consider it. And I agree with Justin. Like, I think Arkansas is going for 2 if they score. I really do. And they should. And that's why you think about the timeouts. Just in case. I know you trust your defense and all that, and I get it, but I don't know exactly how you trust the defense right now. But, yeah, that's the point, Cam. What's the downside of taking timeouts? Arkansas's not running out of time. And they have 3 timeouts. So there's literally no downside here to taking timeouts. In the LSU game, the downside was they didn't have any, so you might be helping them out. Here, I don't think there's a big difference. Morgan brings up a good point. They'll go for 2, especially because they've missed extra points. I've kind of forgotten that this game should be 47-42. Arkansas should be driving for a win, but they missed 2 PAT. Well, missed a PAT and had 1 blocked. That's a good no call there, I think. I don't think that's PI on Bledsoe. I think that was feet getting tangled up. So 4th and a yard, I mean, let's see. Yeah, that's not PI on Bledsoe. That's a good call. Oh man, that was Jamal Brooks who, boy, he was close to that tackle in the backfield. That's a hell of a run by the quarterback, and I think Jefferson got it. We'll see, but I think he got it. I mean, Brooks was there. Jefferson's big, and then it's not Brooks. Brooks misses the tackle, but then Jefferson just run. Oh yeah, he got that by half a yard. This isn't actually even close. Jefferson ran through Tyree Gillespie and a couple other guys. So, I mean, look, that was. I mean, he got that. Truthfully, he got that by more. That's actually a bad spot for Arkansas. He got that by a foot and a half. Okay, so now we're down under a minute. I mean, again, I'm taking timeouts here if I'm Drinkwitz, just in case. I mean, there's no downside to it. I'm not letting him score. Well, I don't know. He gets paid $4 million and I don't. Either way, Arkansas just scored. So, actually, look, if they're going to score, that's when you want them to score. You get the ball back. So Jefferson to Mike Woods. So you're going to get the ball back. You're going to have a shot regardless of what happens here. So, yeah, clearly Arkansas is going for two. The good news is Missouri, regardless of what happens here, and I haven't seen it yet, Missouri's got a kicker, and they've got 3 timeouts. They're going to have a chance if they need it. Arkansas better call timeout. They did. Okay. I thought Arkansas was going to miss the chance to run that play because they were going to get a delay a game, but they got the timeout. Look, if I'm Arkansas, I'm running the football. It's been working all day long. Justin brings up a good point. If they don't get it, they onside kick. That's true. They definitely will. But if they get it, again, you're going to have 43 seconds because you're probably going to fair catch the kickoff or have it be a touchback or whatever. You're probably going to start at your 25-yard line. You're going to need 35 yards, 35 to 40 yards for a shot if Arkansas scores here. Feels like we've been in this situation before this year. It didn't go as well this time. It's Mike Woods again. It is 48-47 Arkansas with 43 seconds to go. And now the offense, like it should be fitting that the offense has to win the game, right? That was actually, I mean, that was covered well. It just, I don't know what you do. Sometimes it was covered well, and it was a bad bounce. At least it was in the south end zone, so we don't have to hear the north end zone stories. I'm going to have to see a replay to see exactly what happened. Okay, so here comes the replay. Let's see. Yeah, Jamal Brooks is just trying to make a play, but you got to bat that ball down. I mean, you've got to. You know that Brooks made 2 huge plays in this game, and then kind of had 2 tough plays at the end. Eric, that is actually not. That's the south end zone, not the north end zone. So, yeah. Now you hope the defense or the offense can go bail them out, because that's a tough way for that to end. So they've got 43 seconds. They're going to start on their 25. They've got to get 40 yards to give Harrison Mevis a chance to win the game. With 3 timeouts, you've got the entire playbook. You can do absolutely anything you want. It's all there. You've got 4 plays, maybe 5, depending on what the plays are. You basically got to average 10 yards a snap here. And they get 14 on first down. Damon Hazelton, solid day with 4 catches for 86 now. And he got out of bounds, which is absolutely huge. So, yeah, what I don't like about that is because they were offsides, you should actually reset the clock, right? Because it takes like 6 seconds for that play to happen, but then that play doesn't count. So it's kind of tough. But either way, I mean, you're at the 45. You need 20 more yards for a shot. And now you've got a shot. Barrett Bannister. I mean, you're close enough. You're going to have a kick. Mevis has the leg to kick a 55-yarder. Now, obviously you want to get closer, but they do have a shot. Missouri has to use the timeout here, right? Yeah, they did. Okay. So at this point, you are close enough to have a shot. Now, you want to be closer, but if you get no closer, you kick from here. Now you'd love obviously to get, you'd love a touchdown. You'd love to just score here and not worry about anything else. No way, Reagan. You're way too far away to run the ball 3 times here. No chance. You can't rely on a 55-yard field goal. You've got to get closer. I mean, you kick it if you have to, but I absolutely would not be running the ball. They don't. Damon Hazelton, 12 yards. Now they're in range. I still wouldn't just rely on running the ball. I would still, it's a 43-yard field goal. I know he's been good. 43 is not automatic. They've gone 49 yards in 17 seconds, and Damon Hazelton's been absolutely huge. I'm not sure how Arkansas is allowing these out routes to be completed, to be quite honest. Okay, so not great there, but at least Beatty got out of bounds. Again, 2 timeouts. The entire playbook is open. You can use the middle of the field. It doesn't have to be to the sideline. You hit Bannister. You're down to the 17. Now it's how much you trust your quarterback or your kicker. Do you trust your kicker that he's going to make this from 34 yards? He's been good today, but do you take a shot at the end zone? I wouldn't. Now I'd run it. I'd hand it to Roundtree, and I'd run the football. Hope he breaks it. If he doesn't break it, fine. If he doesn't break it, hopefully he picks up the first down, whatever. You call a timeout with 2 seconds left, and you kick it. I absolutely don't kick it on third down. I mean, this is a tough spot for a redshirt freshman kicker, guys. It really is. But I would hand the ball to Roundtree, hope maybe he breaks it on third down, and then you kick, and whatever happens, happens. I don't. Interesting that it was Beatty that got the carry. It doesn't matter either way, but I'm a little surprised it was Beatty and not Roundtree. I assume they asked Mevis which side of the field he wanted it on to kick from. So here we go. Andy, I assume they asked Mevis where he wanted the ball. That's how I assume you do it. And then you run your play to set up there. So I'll be interested to see if Arkansas calls a timeout. They shouldn't. I don't like the ice the kicker business. I think it helps the kicker more than it hurts him. But I'll be interested to see what they do. Arkansas timeout. I never like it. I really don't. I'd always just rather let the guy kick it and see what happens. Yeah, Ragnar, I will definitely ask that question. I'll probably ask it even if he doesn't make this. Man, another. I don't know. I'll give Pittman this. At least he didn't let him kick it. And give him basically a practice attempt. Wow. Harrison Mevis Dude about to be a legend in Missouri history. 5 for 5, game winner. I mean, that's one of the more legendary kicking performances you're ever going to see out of a true freshman. And it was perfect. Had it all the way. Heck of a game. Unreal win for Missouri. So all right, sorry, I realized I was on mute. Anyway, basically at this point, crazy game. Missouri got the win. Biggest kicking performance I can remember. I'm going to jump on Eli Drinkwitz's teleconference. I know you guys are going to be excited. I know you have a lot to talk about. As soon as Eli Drinkwitz is done talking, I'm going to fire up the postgame drink. We're going to take your calls. So, hey, go grab a beer. I'm going to go grab a couple. We'll meet you right back here, hopefully in about half an hour. Thanks for watching along. Thanks to Call and Gentry Law Group as well for sponsoring. We will. I got to stay on here for 10 more seconds so that this watch along lasts for 4 hours. And as soon as we do that, I'm going to sign off and get on the teleconference, and we'll meet you right back here.